Alrighty then. Hello. I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're doing another Godot stream. This time I'm going to get around to the composition program I was talking about, although it's anybody's guess as to how much progress I'm going to be able to make on it. And as usual, before doing that, I have work on the reverbs that I have to catch up with. So I'm going to start off with just a little glimpse of what's been happening in the Godot scene here. Firstly, I would like to align this with my screen, so let me set that up. There we go. So I did these not this morning, but just a moment ago, because I had made an elaborate update to the program, which I will then show you the end result of, and probably figure out how I'm going to want to run it overnight this coming evening, and set it up so that I can do that pretty much just jump right in and go for it. But then I'll close it down and start the new program. Here's what we have. I generated a bunch more of these reverb noises. They do this. This is in order of size. And what it's about is I added this stuff to the program. So what this is doing is when I calculate out the green dots on the display, those are the loudness of all the reverb returns, and I go through and calculate stuff about that. So what I tried to do was, rather than just take the hottest peak in the entire system, generate stuff based only on that, and pay no attention to any of the other outputs. Instead, it's only tracking for lowest peak of all. What that does is it's similar to something that I did a long time ago, back when I was doing kind of styles of reverb for this. I had like a plate style, and one that I called chamber, and one that I called unique, and it was all about tracking the stuff that shows up on this display there when it lights up like that. It's tracking all the stuff that shows up in green and seeing how loud it is, because all of these matrix outputs become a end reverb result. The idea of chamber and unique was figure it out so that the least amount of reverb stacking up on top of each other, the better. And this doesn't apply to like 3x3 reverb. I can show you this. Like, hey, so Marv Tim, go ahead and ask a question if you have one. Meanwhile, I'm showing you some of this stuff here. I'm talking my way through it because I'm finishing up an experiment. So if you do a 3x3 reverb, don't use the infrasonic plugin. It's an experiment, kind of like Ditherfloat. If you have these, they never stack up on top of each other because there simply aren't enough echo returns. So the result of this calculation is always like 1. And so it has to use different parameters for calculating things. Yeah, I saw all the question, including the yeah, don't use that plugin. I will tell you why. Give me a moment. So the G factor here, it's evaluating it along a sort of slope, like G turns into a higher number than D, meaning that each of these dots gets multiplied by that across the entire length of the reverb. So what this is doing is it's causing stuff showing up early on to be rated higher than stuff showing up at the end. And since nothing is actually stacking up on top of each other, they're all the same except for there's a slight edge to anything that is as late as possible. When you're using a much larger matrix like a 6x6, they stack up on top of each other a lot. And that's kind of, and to answer your question before I go further, it's essentially a phase shift around 20 hertz. All infrasonic is an incredibly steep biquad filter made up of lots of stacked up biquad filters and the steepest possible cutoff using only biquad filters to make it. So it's not actually like an FIR brick wall filter, except in bass. That would actually be fairly difficult. I wonder if I should investigate that. But it's not actually much like a brick wall filter. If you do a biquad filter and stack it up a million ways, like you can do with, for instance, Isolator, that's all that is, you can make it fairly steep, but it's not really a brick wall filter in the sense of neatly isolating only the stuff that was in there. Instead, there's going to be a phase shift around that point, so it gets a like resonant edge going on, even when there's not literally a resonance there. That's what's happening with the infrasonic plugin. It won't be causing an increase in amplitude if there is nothing even near the bass, but as soon as you start getting stuff actually cut off by the plugin, it's going to rearrange it considerably. And in so doing, it's generating like a new bass frequency, leaving out the super low stuff. And so it's like rearranging all the energy into stuff that is only sonic and not infrasonic. And therefore it causes a massive increase in amplitude for stuff that uses that plugin. It's all about phase shiftiness, stuff like that. So it ends up not actually being a taking away so much as a rearranging. And there's your answer for that. Now to get back into this, on the wrong room size, I need to update that as well. With these, what happens is let me see if I can, yep, there we go. What I'm evaluating is like shades of green here. I have plugins, Hermipass. Hermipass is a subsonic cutting control that I made for a mastering engineer. And it'll do probably the best job as far as, it's using the same basic technologies, but it'll probably do your best job as far as taking away lows transparently. Also, if you have a lot of stereo bass, you could use elliptical, which is the same thing as Hermipass, but only on the side channel. If you need to be doing DC blocking, that's a whole separate issue. I mean, the stuff that I have can kind of use that, but it makes me wonder whether there's another way that you can do DC removal. So what I'm looking at here is the output of Into the Matrix without any emphasis on whether the primes are there or not. I've got that cranked up quite high for the most part because it's getting me better sounds. But a lot of my stuff didn't even use this prime accentuation part at all. And what the current state of computation for this green area, the sort of bloom in space and sustain area, where if there's more of that, you tend to get more reverb. If it's cut back substantially, it tends to go a lot more dead. I'm optimizing that by tracking what is the, you would see it as brightest shade of green here. And it's always tracking the brightest shade of green and finding the output reverb where that is the lowest number, and it translates to this number score. So the brightest shade of green in this is represented as 2508. If it finds another one where the brightest shade of green is even less than this, bearing in mind that they are all going to be shades, it goes from like, these dots are like one echo hitting right here. Everywhere else is multiple echoes hitting on top of each other. And what you're doing is, in finding the brightest shade of green, you're finding the place where the most echoes got on top of each other and minimizing that, always looking for where the minimum amount of that is happening. Because otherwise, you could have just very bright spots against a much darker background, and that would be probably a more metallic, annoying sound rather than the smooth blended sound that you get out of having a reverb that sounds like a reverb. Variety in that area is important. What I added, this area where it says G 0.9, 0.99, 0.999, etc., that actually gave me some results, and I'm interested to see where those go, is I was looking for places where I can bring the sort of RMS or filtered, it's actually an IIR filter, back into this calculation rather than looking only for the single most intense point. It's including like clusters of samples and trying to reward things like if it balances out otherwise, but this control became very small. I'm going to type in an A there. It's going to suddenly, it's probably going to force new results, or perhaps not. Because what it's doing is it's scanning across that entire space looking for the largest possible value. You see there, now we're seeing action. But as it's doing that, if there are individual bursts of samples that are close together and very intense, like little areas where it's kind of, I'm seeing even a little bit of speckledness in here. What's happening is these M's convert to 0 in my calculation. So none of this is being applied. But when we apply this, what we're doing is taking it and looking for little brief bursts of energy where there are multiple samples right next to each other that are loud. The hope there is to cause it to accentuate peak energy over just individual bursts or whatever. So what it's doing is, if there is a place in this green cloud that is loud, it is going to try to ignore that, unless it is a brief little burst of energy, in which case it's going to let that stuff through. And I'm going to rerun it after making a change that I need to make. I need to make it default to 1000 so I can just automatically run it and always get something that sounds like a fairly large reverb. And so I can do that again and also remove this again so that it's simpler. There we go. So now it is weirdly not favoring what I thought it was going to, but all the same, this is generating like green clouds of energy. Brighter green means more echo returns hitting at that moment. Darker green means fewer hitting at that moment. And this is just a plot of where everything is across a 2D dimension. I could probably dive into this even harder and set up tracking left versus right. But I'm thinking maybe that's not for today. I really wanted to do that composition program. And I shall. I'll make another cup of coffee after I finish this part, and then I'll dive in and I'll at least get the composition program started so that I can play with it. Because there's some other stuff happening which I'm looking forward to telling people about. And it could lead in some nice directions. But yeah, here's the thing. I already built this and I ran it on stuff. And this is what I got out of it. So you see where it says MMMMM along the side there. I didn't cover all of this, but it is all areas of intensity. And what I did was isolate little areas. Each of those is the sample energy getting an IIR filter. And when it says like JOMMMM or MHOMMM or MMFOMMM, F is on one side of M, O is on the other side. What that stuff is doing is it's running these different like averagey things. It's running a filter on each of these points of loudness, for which I'm trying to track the loudest one and then go by that. It's trying to find the loudest one and then continually try new variations to get that loudest point in the cloud quieter and quieter and quieter. And the more it does that, the more it sounds like a real space, because you're not having as many points in time overly emphasized. It'll take away the ringy metallic qualities in the reverb and smooth it out and make it sound more like an empty space. Because it's not just a clang, it's not a bell or even a cymbal, it's an acoustic space where it's like whoosh, all possible frequencies are contributing. So what's happening there, if it says like JOMMMMM, these count as 00000, and J, being smaller than M, is a negative number. So we're computing the step along. G 0.9 means it is G divided by 10 plus 9/10 of the previous being stored. So that's a filter. We've taken the high frequencies away and used that as a filter. 0.99 means whatever this input peak is coming in, 1/100th of that gets added to a running smoothed out average, and then it keeps 99% of that. 999, so on and so forth. If you listen to the output of this, they would be increasingly dark. They would sound kind of like a variation of the filter I have in channel. It's a simple IIR filter. It's this moving, smoothing kind of thing going on. Yep, this is me trying to go even farther, and I have some results. I have some progress. Before I make another cup of coffee, I'm going to sort of lock that in and probably simplify the code again based on what I discovered. Because this was the big experiment. is, and it's not even octaves, it's like orders of magnitude. And what you get out of smoothing this stuff out before you calculate that highest point. And I'm taking the highest point, the momentary brightest green in this cloud. And then if I set this, for instance, we'll bump back over to here, and we set the 0.99 point to, say, A. Watch what happens. Score immediately becomes lower and lower and lower, because what it's doing is we're still looking for that brightest point. We're still looking for the loudest peak. But taking this particular control, setting it to A, means I am arbitrarily reducing the volume of the peak by that particular calculation of the smoothed out filtered version, the IIR filter. So what's happening is, if that kicks in, it then starts letting you have brighter peaks and still allowing them. If they are brighter peaks during a burst of other peaks within this area, and much smaller bursts of peaks don't work the same way. It's basically finding a place where you can apply this type of filter to the fitness function so that it will start letting through bursts of energy at particular frequencies. But this doesn't know what frequencies are. It only knows, is this smoothed out or is this not? If you did this based on a really large multiplier there, so that it was really super filtered, it would be allowing peaks to not count toward being a bad score if they were part of a really giant, deep swing of frequencies. Like a waveform is a sweep of frequencies, and a low frequency waveform is the frequencies are all basically the same rather than suddenly changing and altering. And so that's what I've done here, is done a rough experiment to try to get a particular result. This time I'm not going to be building it and then doing a bunch of trials with it and then generating audio for you to hear on stream, because I did that before streaming and I have audio that I can show you. But what I discovered was kind of interesting. And it probably grounds for me doing a little more tinkering as well. Namely, when I want to say cut, but it's not really true. I'm grading everything by the instantaneous peak measurement and making that be as small as possible. But then when I'm using a calculation like this and subtracting it, that's saying allow certain kinds of peaks to come through. No, I don't, and no, I'm not. Yep. This is all really difficult, and so if you're not following along, I can't blame you. This is me making it up as I go along. None of it's an impulse response, other than, in a way, this is generating an impulse response in 2 dimensions, which is now wrapped onto a 2D image in which green brightness is the loudness of that impulse. I don't currently have a way of generating it so that you can hear it Otherwise, you'd be able to hear this as a sound in stereo, if I did it up properly in stereo. But yeah, what we are seeing now is this modeled appearance to the generation. And what that means is, for this particular calculation, that taking the filtered version of it, using 1 in 100 to produce each new instance of the IIR filter. It's 1 input stuff coming in to 99 stuff that is continued. Turns out that is a key value, or at least it's within an order of magnitude of the key value, where you can take whatever shows up as a high score for that, subtract it from the value of the peak, and wind up with certain results as a result. Subtracting it means the score becomes less and other factors start to predominate, although apparently not all that much. And that's something that I can rehack going forwards. But what I found was interesting. And that's what I'd like to set up before I move on to the other thing. When we sort it by tags, check this out. Notice some things about this. Each of these is going to be one of those arrangements. It's going to be like JOMMMM, or like HO or IO or whatever, MMM, or MMFO, MMMM. Those are orders of magnitude. I set it up so that in doing those particular ones, the O following it was kind of compensating for exaggerating the effect I was producing, because I knew I was producing this effect at a given frequency. It was like a giant notch filter for those areas where energy there wasn't going to be counted against the score. If I can apply that, I can make it favor certain kinds of bursts of energy, such as the bursts that I would be considering in peak versus RMS energy across the entire thing. I'm trying as hard as I can to get something that will hype up the frequencies that are conducive to peak energy. I'm trying to measure this within the fitness function, which I have not yet come up with a way of doing that at all. Like, I have not been able to find a way to go, please, for these combinations of delay times and stuff that are generating this cloud of echo returns, please make this have higher peak energy versus RMS, even though I know that when it does, it sounds the way I want it to sound. Like, that's what got UK beyond, and yet I cannot make a fitness function that evaluates for that, and this is me trying to do it. Notice that in these top ones up here, we have this little cloud where 3 of them generated larger peaks versus RMS, and then there was an extra one up at the very top, which is even larger peaks versus RMS, but that's effectively at a lower frequency. And then all of these ones do not. And all of these ones do not. There is not a single one. Here, let me click this up properly. Let's see how the, oh, well, no, I can't say that because this one is. And I can't do non-contiguous selections in Finder, so oh well. Apart from this single one, 778, sounds like this. Apart from that one, without exception, every single one of these represented higher peak energy than RMS energy. I found part of my results there. I found an area where if I set these up to run and I run them overnight, it will grind through and start trying to find stuff that has the high peak energy relative to RMS. Because I have isolated an area where audible peaks have these characteristics. They are a burst of energy, not simply a single point of energy, within a certain window, which is going to be between somewhere around the range of 1 in 100 samples. So if I do the moving IR filter, and then I subtract the results of that, meaning the more samples coming along, the more it will cut back the difficulty of getting a high score at a given peak energy sample, while retaining the fact that it is still a peak energy calculation. And if I have a really large window for doing that in, it stops helping. Like MMFOMM. That represents, let's see, a 1 in 1,000 rate of energy coming in. And that's too long. That is emphasizing such low frequency peaks that it's no longer proving useful. Too short, like 0.9, that's emphasizing peaks that are too high frequency. Both sides of this frequency range are not giving me what I want. Although you'll notice that one of the ones where it is, let's see, in the 1 in 1,000 range, most of them didn't do well. Most of them are like right at the bottom of my measurement, but one of them ended up being the high scorer. So that's interesting. And yet the ones at like 1 in 100, 3 of them ended up doing a high score, and 1 of them ended up failing. I expect to do decrackle this next coming weekend, because there's somebody clamoring for it. I forget exactly who it was, but somebody was clamoring for it. So what I'm looking at is a way of accentuating what got me to K beyond, if I calculate it out properly. So I have a few changes to make here. Honestly, it might be worth me making my coffee now and then doing the changes while I drink my coffee, and I swear to God I want to do that composition program so badly. It's the one with this stuff in it. Back when I was making music, I was using this as prompts, as ways to get myself started. And I've been doing a bunch of stuff towards running with that. And I just so badly want to get that moving. I want to get that moving. I want to get back into the studio I'm in and do something with it. But I've got this to do too. And this is giving me a bigger reach. People being able to use the reverbs I'm making are a bigger reach. I can't do Pointy Deluxe next, but I have good news about that. So yeah, this is me trying to explain what I got to literally this morning designing this. So we've got some reverbs. These all sound basically nice, mind you. But they're all fairly dense. They don't have that vanishing quality that K Beyond has. But if I do these calculations correctly, these are the ones where the emphasis is kind of high frequency. That's more the correct amount. These are emphasis being very low frequency. And then when we get up to here, here's where the peaks are being emphasized in a useful way. And the end result sounds farther away. As a rule. So the added realism of the peak energy being higher in this way is something I want to kind of run with. And this is probably a fine time for me to throw on some audio of some kind, hardly care what it is, so that I can go and make my coffee before it's too late in the afternoon, because it is already noon. So let me be good and not set myself up for drinking coffee way too late. But all the same, I've got a bunch of stuff to do today, so I'll be right back. Got some noise playing for you. stopped. Let me play something else. Oh, I'll play Cliff Diver. On the process of making coffee, so there it goes. Give me time to have a sip of the coffee I made. Alrighty, so that was Rubber Thorn, which is not out in any way, shape, or form, and Cliff Diver, which is a YouTube video now. In fact, it's a video of me skydiving. So the way I like my coffee, more often than not, is I do a pour over, which is actually the method used by, I think James Hoffman, is that the guy? YouTube guy, who says, yeah, do it in 2 stages. First, wet the coffee grounds and heat them up, and then let them sit for like 30 seconds. And then pour all the rest of the coffee in and swirl it around in the cone until it's all gone. And I've been doing that ever since I tried it and discovered that it was consistently good. And then I put less than a teaspoon of stevia in. It's white stevia that I get from the Brattleboro Co-op. And light cream. I also drink it black, but if I put the stevia in, I'm also going to put light cream in. And yeah, it is good enough to drink black, but when I'm working really hard on code and things, having the stevia and the cream in there means that's an energy source, enough that it'll, like, if you drink loads and loads and loads of it, it will make you fat. But funny thing about that, I can drink coffee that way and even eat ice cream and not get fat, because drinking fats basically turns into energy, and eating like carbs, and in particular wheat, doesn't help me in that way. And sugar combined makes you put on weight. It transforms into storing energy rather than burning energy. Whereas drinking cream and coffee, or it turns out even like there's a local ice cream place that has opened again for this season, and I'm quite happy about that because they make a kind called Acapulco Cocoa. It's a Walpole Creamery. It's just across the river from Bellows Falls. They make a kind of ice cream called Acapulco Cocoa, and it is cayenne cinnamon chocolate. And oh my, it's so good. And I can polish off my coffee with cream, like 2 cups of that a day. Today it's 3. And 2 pints of the Acapulco Cocoa and still lose weight or stay around 175 pounds, as long as the rest of my diet isn't going off the hook. But if I started eating lots of Tostitos or something, which are corn chips with a lot of sugar and salt added to them, making them more addictive, that's when I start putting on the pounds. So it's interesting learning more about how all that stuff works. But to get back to what I was trying to put aside so that I could move on to other bits of work I wanted to do, here's where we stand with this. We've discovered that, hang on, that's not what I wanted at all. We've discovered among these things, if the one that is lowered is the second one, all of a sudden I have peak energy that is the kind that I want. Oh yeah, I will. So here's the good news about Pointy Deluxe. I'm getting really serious about trying to design sounds in that way. How serious? I have ordered a extended range guitar. Now I already have guitars. I'm quite happy with the guitars that I have, but I don't have anything that'll do a drop B, or indeed a drop A, which is probably what I would do for it, or indeed take the entire guitar, tune that down a whole step to D, so the guitar that it was previously E, that's now actually D, and then rather than a drop A, it'll be like a drop G. I don't have anything that'll do that, but there's an entry-level guitar that will, and I already have one Ibanez. Turns out Ibanez are among the people who make those. And so I sprang for a extended range, weird slanty fret version of it. I'm going to do more guitar-centric music now that I have like pointy guitar and stuff. Because here's the thing. I have, through the reverbs I'm doing even today, even through stuff like this, I have the ability to take a purely DI guitar with a plug-in and make it sound like it's a big, heavy room. Here, I'll give you another example. Here is our high score of these ones that I'm trying to accentuate. Check this out. I can do that. I can do that in the box with free plugins and with bass, which that doesn't have bass because that's a real amplifier. I've only recently worked out how to go beyond just the microphone alone and incorporate turns out it's a speaker level DI that I got. And in so doing, I got to where I could bring in the kind of bass I need out of that kind of thing, only to discover that I could do pointy guitar and dial in that type of tone with complete and total flexibility. And then going beyond that, pointy deluxe, which of course Trey K 1.0 wants, pointy deluxe lets me fine-tune all of that, and I was showing it off on Tuesday. What that means is I can do high gain sounds, which are basically what I consider to be like the way that the pointy guitar breed of distortions work is that since it's across so many stages, I can really dial in sonority across those frequencies and get a serious, like, heavy chugging guitar sound, and using those lower frequencies and making sure that those don't get lost, I can also have any degree or any variety of low frequency cabinet rumble type stuff. But if I do it only using pointy deluxe, or indeed some of the variations that are also going to be coming out, there's a version called punchy guitar and punchy deluxe, which you haven't even seen yet. Everything's moving too fast. I haven't got it out yet. It'll be coming. That one is a softer distortion curve at each step, so it'll be more for like more mid-rangey classic guitar amp tones, but it can probably also do high gain. It'll do high gain slightly differently, more of a sonorous, like penetrating sound. And all of those things can be sculpted into a guitar amp-like voicing that's not actually amp modeling in any sense of the word. So what that would mean is I could design something that becomes a high-gain guitar tone, but you could also take your fingertips and drum on the low B string, for instance, and create bass drum-like thumpings that are telegraphed straight through to the output with all the distortion and high gain that it uses, and get a sound which is then drier than a real amp sound, but should also be clearer and more capable of being accurately voiced to the frequencies that you want to use it with. Like, you design the tone to hit on all the right frequencies, including low frequencies that, like, my real amp stuff isn't as good as, because I don't have a 4x12 stack. Nor is that really practical for me to use, and that's more or less the way that you get the real heavy sounds, is through typically like a heavyweight, oversized Mesa cab is how people normally do that. And why do you have to do that? Other than to play live, obviously. Yeah, you want to have that if you're playing live, but if you are stuck in a laptop and you only have a DI, shouldn't it be possible to get a really big articulate tone using these technologies? So it should become possible, and this is also why I got my little, what the hell was this even called? M3U, the Music Thing Modular MIDI controller. The Music Thing Modular. And I'm looking at it to try to see what its name was and not finding it. Oh no, I have. I think it's 8MU. So you can build these from kits. I got this from Thunk and bought it from Thunk. I didn't get it from them. Nobody gives me things. I just make things. And so it's relatively affordable. And I set it up so that the colors are associated with the stuff that I want to do using pointy guitars that are specifically Pointy Deluxe. Which should mean I'll be able to, I want to plug it back in again. There we go. It should mean I'll be able to use that to dial in the perfect ultra clear sound with high gain, heavy distortion, given that Pointy Guitar already is able to do a pretty good amp simulation, but it's using those bandpass filters to blur the frequency extremes and make it sound more like a cabinet, like more convincingly like a bandpassy cabinet. And what if I don't want to do that? Given that using Pointy Deluxe, you can make it do the thing, certainly, but if you turned off a cabinet simulation, would you then be getting a super high frequency, ratty, horrible mess? No, because you wouldn't be turning those bands up on the equalizer, and so they would be controlled every step of the way. So why not continue to use that and just turn the rat setting or the ultra high setting down as needed, and then that becomes a purely DI sound with no additional overtones or whatever, and like a microscope on what the string's actually doing, hopefully voiced in the way you need it to be voiced. And then you put it in this, and sit it in a virtual room. But a virtual room that maybe is even deeper sounding and more convincing sounding than your or my ability to record a real room, and in a bigger space than we can commute to easily just for tracking. And the whole thing ends up being done in the box with any combination of like upfront pummeling and brutal and direct, any combination of bright or crunchy or mid-rangey or any sonority that you want anywhere you want. And so I have ordered a extended range guitar to begin working with all of this, and that's why I have to get moving on this stuff so that when I go into the studio with the new guitar plugged directly into the computer and start tracking stuff and seeing what I can make happen with all these tools I've recently made, I'll have something to give me ideas to start with. And here's one of the factors, is finishing up this stuff before the day's over, because otherwise I'll be tinkering with the guitar, the reverb stuff, literally until the day's over, because there is no actual limit to how much damn time I have to spend on all this. So, here's the thing. I have these new controls. They're like here. I have it drawn out so that it will figure this stuff out. And these are volume levels. And I've identified that this is the one I care about. The other ones didn't do anything all that useful, but this is the one where it's going to give me something useful. I'm gulping coffee so that it's gone by the time the late afternoon comes around. I don't need to be losing sleep. I got to talk with my sponsor just the other day in Narcotics Anonymous, my recovery guy. And he was interested in whether I was losing a lot of sleep, and I've mostly not been losing a lot of sleep. It's just sometimes very challenging. Like if I have the intellectually really clicking weeks, sometimes too much is going on in my head, and it gets in the way of me being able to sleep an extended amount. Also, when stuff is terrible in the world, that does interfere with it. So, here's where we were at. I was observing these things and seeing that this bit at the end of the of this thing, M translates to 0. So if all these were M, this stuff would do nothing. But what I've done is set it up so that I can weight various amounts, and I applied the other bit to kind of try to voice it a little bit. I think I can probably remove all of these and replace it with a single adjusting factor. That's what I think is going to happen. So here's how that's going to look. It looks like I can just take RMSB is what's reading as like MHO, MMM, etc. All of that is roughly the same as taking RMSB and making it be a negative number. Although you can also do the opposite. And I'm going to want to retain the ability to do that in case I can make it do the opposite and cause it to be a sort of thick, cloudy, RMS-heavy sound. So I get to throw away all of these except for the second one, RMSB. I'm not going to literally do that, but I'm going to do something close to it. I'm going to throw away all of these ones, not have it this big multiband, but then I'm going to change this one. So what that means is I go down to here, and we're going to delete these parts and leave only this one, and we're also going to delete this bit. They're all sort of balanced out so that they have the same amount of effect. It's just that although they have the same amount of effect, it doesn't actually do anything useful. That also means these variables also get to go away. So now they are doubly not having any effect. Because again, this gets generated by these filters. The whole thing is going to be copied over to the other controls. We're not going to have a whole chain of progressive things, and so this comment goes away too. And then these go away. And then this is not going to be used. So to temporarily make that go away, I can do that. So now we've got this reduced down to the one bit that I'm actually using. Oh, if I go down here, I can actually see where it is. Simplify some of this quite a bit. Nope, it's actually, there's not much to this, is there? There we go. So controls 11 and controls 12. Now remember how I said that the IR filter, which happens after we go to this point, and while we are doing this, see how that says 0.99 plus peak times 0.01. I can change that other one, which originally was green IRA, into something that controls this number. Because the number, I know this number works at like 1 in 100, but that can also change. And the one that was 1 in 1,000 also was kind of useful. So what we're looking at we've got this. Times 1.0 means I don't actually have to have that there. That was only there because it was a step in a series of operations where they were getting scaled as they went. Turns out the one that we want is just literally this. So if we don't need those, we could readjust this around a little bit. And what kind of variables and what kind of values are we looking at here? We can call that our, doesn't need to be all caps, does it? We can call that RMS freak. Now this is still a value that goes from 0 to 25. It's changing from text. It's being a text letter so that I can encode it into the file name and get it back anytime I want. That means if I start exploring variations on these and some particular setting or some magical combination of settings starts to work incredibly well, I get to replicate that because I'll have the settings encoded into the file name. That's why it's letters. That's why the letters are being transformed into numbers. It's easier to keep track of that way. I could do more, as in include things like the lowercase or whatever, and I've not bothered, because I probably don't need that kind of granularity. So what else with this? Well, we have a number that we need to get to. Let's see. Let's pretend that it's actually let's pretend that this is going to be 1. Like if we set it to B, that result will in fact be 1. So 1 times 0.01 means RMS freak becomes this. But how we get this number is and that's not dissimilar to what I do with like dry white controls and things. And in this way, I can now tune this. It needs to default to being 0.01 to be the same as it was before. But if it became 0.001, that's one of the settings that actually worked out fairly well. Hey, Burke. So what we've got here now is a situation where all of this needs to stay at smaller than 1, or the math won't work properly. But if it does, we can now tune this rather than simply using the one that worked. The one that worked was 0.01, and the opposite of it. The smaller that number becomes, the deeper the the peak area will go. After all, it's an IIR filter. If we put less of this in and keep more of what came before, which is green IIRB, and now we don't need green IIRA anymore. In fact, we can also simplify this just by doing that. Now we're no longer even, nope, hang on, I have it somewhere else, don't I? Yes, I do. There we go. There. Now we're doing only one IIR filter at a specific frequency. This will also work the same way that those ones in my sound examples gave me good results here. And it is going to apply it based on RMSB, which by default is 0, so it doesn't do anything to it. If I lower it, it will accentuate the energy I'm trying to accentuate. I worked out that the frequencies that we were at, it did that job. If I increase it, it's going to be adding this to peak and contributing to our lowest is best measurement here, meaning that I'll have that range that I'm trying to liberate and allow to have energy. It'll be suppressing it. It'll be doing the opposite. So I'm gonna call that so far so good. Only thing we don't have yet is M, which I can't do in a calculator, but I do know that that was like 12, is not producing a useful RMS freak value. It needs to end up with M, which is 12, turning into this, because then it applies exactly the same thing as before. If it becomes a higher amount, it needs to only go up to about 0.02, say, and that will reach that energy level up closer to where it wasn't proving useful. And if it becomes smaller, like taking the letter associated with this and dropping it down and down until it is the 0.01, that gave me one of the highest scores in the one test run that I did where I was showing you the end results. And so running around and doing this, here's where this part needs to be changed. So rather than being 1 being the center, 12 needs to be the center. What that means is 0.01 needs to be divided by 12, and that'll give me the same frequency in the end. So 0.01 divided by 12, and here's what this needs to be now. 0.00833, or thereabouts, really. Doesn't really have to be that. 0.008 would also be pretty close, but this is going to give me exactly the amount. If it's slightly less, as in just 0.008, it's going to tend to make that number be smaller, which is going to lean it more in the direction of that because when I was in the smaller realm, it wasn't guaranteed producing me good results, but one of the results was even better. And then several of the results were not as good. So leaning in that direction a little bit is probably fine. So then I have to remove some of these controls and things and label this appropriately. And I'll be using some of this stuff. And then these get to be removed. Because we're only using this now. And this now is frequency. And this is now, oh God, what do I even call this now? Oh dear. Like M is my center point. So I'm also going to rearrange some of these things so that I can reshuffle all of this. And this moves over here. All this is now organized rather poorly, but oh well. And this can move over here. And then I can get a little bit more of this bigger area for being able to select it and copy it. And this stuff can be scooched over because there's space to put it now. And a little space up here if I wanted to use it, but I don't. And I just want to label this as if it's a smaller letter. Well, no, hang on. Yeah, if it's a smaller letter, it's RMS minus, meaning more peaks. If it is a larger letter than M, it is RMS plus, or less peaks. And that's what that's about. And then this is going to be RMS frequency. In a rough sense, at least. And I can just scooch all of these around until I'm reasonably happy with where they're sitting, although it's all rather sketchy, but I'm just trying to make all this stuff fit, really. Is there a way I can select all of these and make them align just a little better with the ones directly above them? And it would be that, I guess. So now we've got these. They're meant to be M as neutral. And if and the RMS frequency can be lowered to get more into that zone I was seeing a little bit of. But these are decent basic settings, except for that this is no effect. So I would need to lower it in order to have an effect. Or if I raise it, I have to rerun from scratch, at which point it'll have the opposite sonic effect that it previously had. And that's probably everything for this. It's going to be interesting working with the arrangement one, because it's going to be all of this, but then from scratch, and it'll be all a matter of making these text boxes, figuring out whether I can draw pictures using a canvas or texture rect. I know how to do all those things. I'm probably going to be doing them in C#. and leaning into that because I'm going to want this stuff to be more responsive. This is not currently in C#. This is currently in GDScript. And it's fine. It's working fine in GDScript, but I want to learn to be doing this stuff in C# natively because I'm a C programmer. I should be able to use that. I know how C works and looks. I should feel more at home that way. So now I have to do a bunch of changes. I tell you what, everything from controls 12 no longer counts. It's not seeing it yet, but these nodes no longer exist. So if I ran it, it would fail. So first of all, we're going to get rid of these. Ooh. And I maybe don't need... I'm going to also get rid of this, because that was my visual separation of a block of things, which is now in the same block as these other things. So node 12 and up, or node 13 and up, go away. Just like that. And I'm going to do that over again for every single one of these. If I had only known, I would have not included that. But what are you going to do? And at least it's fairly straightforward because although it's very primitive, dumb code, it is organized in such a way where I can more or less make it do what it needs to do. And now we need to do the likewise for this stuff. These controls are no longer doing what they did. Stuff right up at the top here that all needs to be changed to this. And it's also going to flag a bunch of the other stuff that needs to be changed by making it show up as, I don't know what those are. And that'll be a bit of a help in its own right. So there. Got those. Now I scooch down to here. This is what it's supposed to look like now. And I can stop where I start seeing the pile of mess here. All of these need to be replaced with just green IIR. And I can do that. And it will flag everything else that needs to be changed again. But it'll get to a point where I can probably do it using a simple paste. Because this is the one spot up here that needs to be changed in that way. See, bright on bright in IIR. And there it is, and all the rest of this is about the same. I see it says longest divided by 14 the same in each of these places. That probably means that all of this is so similar. I probably don't need this there either. So I'm working with RMSB and RMSFreak. Those still seem to be good. Time to copy this whole section and paste it. Or perhaps, what's the area I need to care about? Var peak. Var peak and below gets replaced with down to here. Or is it? Down to most, max, peak, most. That's a lot to replace with just a little tiny bit. And yet, there it is. Each place. These 2 lines of code now replace everything I had in there. And it should do exactly what I need. Copy, and goodbye to all of that, and hello to all this. As the Rocky Horror Picture Show said, goodbye to all of this and hello to eternity. Dr. Frankenfurter. And with that, we should be good. I can test that out by doing a little experiment. Looks all kind of cramped and stuff, but oh well. So I should be able to run this. The rest of it is basically all set up doing its thing. I can change that priminess to... I was using some of these as ways of flagging stuff I was experimenting with. Like I did a run with this being Z, and then I did a run with this being Y, and I did a run with this being X, each of them changing other parts in the code so that I could refer to what the end results were. But I honestly don't know why I shouldn't just crank up the priminess as hard as I can. Which logically suggests that I could even multiply that more. But for now, I'm leaning into what this does. I have yet to find out what happens when you shut it off. And then these are the ones that I care about. So if I run it, I should be able to pick this size of room and pick this. And if I change this, it will apply the same thing I had before, except for it will start the new stuff kicking in. And I can do this in one of the other settings, like 4x4. I still have a bunch of stuff to do in the realm of calculating out 4x4. All the more since this seems to be generating something a little odd where I don't have them stacking up as much. But it's starting to get into the right zone. So now let's see whether this still does anything. Select that and replace it with, for instance, F. Our score is 63,168. Does that change give it enough of a boost to update things? If not, I can absolutely poke it even harder. All this has more of an effect on the really dense ones like 6x6s and 5x5s. But I'm interested to see if it'll affect this too. Let's poke it even harder. Let's set it to A. Is that going to force an update? It might have a little trouble with it because it's in too large of a space. So none of those are actually overlapping, so it's having problems finding other aspects of this fitness function are overriding this, is what's happening here. And that's fine. I know it's happening. It just means that this might have very little significance in these very small matrices. By the way, that is end of my coffee. I'll rinse it out with drinking water. Polish it off. And we are very close to moving on the main event. But first, I want to run this again and see if I can get it to do anything. Let's run it in a smaller space and see if that helps. 200 and go. Still doesn't overlap all that much, I tell you. But bump it down, and let's see if we can get this to kick in. Perhaps not. This might be a thing that simply has way more to do with the really dense reverbs. But it looks like I can fire it up regardless of what the thing is. It's doing a decent job. Oh, see, this is kind of what I was looking for. The idea here is that it's able to produce reverbs where areas of density here are able to produce high peak output rather than it being all totally smoothed out. And I'm willing to hazard a guess that that's effectively what it's doing. And if I had it be neutral by setting it to M again, meaning it no effect, then it will go for the 4x4 matrices I've been producing all along, and the sounds that I'm used to be hearing, which are not wrong, they're fine. But I think this is actually giving it a boost. But the one where it really kicks in is my 6x6 matrices, where you'll see in the score down at the bottom there, weird how it's starting at such small sizes, but it must have to do with all the other settings. If I set this to my maximum effect, A is subtracting that amount as hard as it can go. If I add it, it probably won't force a new update. Some of these, if it's not making the change compel a smaller score, that's when it updates. That's when it finds a new one. But if it's not compelling a smaller score, if you make a change that compels a larger score, then you have to start it over with that new setting. But this is very much compelling a smaller score, and I get to see what that's like, and I also get to see what the RMS frequency is like. For instance, going from M to, say, G may or may not force an update, but that is a smaller number for this calculation, meaning that it will shift it to a lower frequency, and I can dial that in as well. What I'll be doing next is a round of adjustments where this is always A, this is always maximum effect, but I'll just pick a range of letters for this to be set to, and everything else would be like size of 1,000, only parameter varying is this parameter here. And it'll cover a whole range, and then I'll see what gets me the best results, and then that'll become the new default setting, from which I can vary other things as well. It's all this evolutionary process of altering stuff, adjusting it, seeing how I can accentuate what's being done. And so here is where we're leaving it with all these new settings. And here's where today's work got involved. This little area here is where that ended up. And that's over tomorrow night or tonight, I should say, this M here is the one that's going to be varied, and I'm going to do the same thing that I did with this, of run a bunch of these things and then measure them and see which ones give me the heightened peak energy. Because there's going to be ones that generally perform better than others. And it should be able to zero in pretty effectively on, like, if this is all using, I believe it was sets of 5, where, yeah, sets of 5, because there's 3 categories here. The categories are, the first box was the one that became less, and then second box is the one that became left, and then third box is the one that became less. And now I know that these are the ones I want to focus on, so then it's just going to shift that area of adjustment up and down in frequency to see which ones start giving me this, to see which ones start giving me the really high peak energy over a large space. It's possible that it'll work differently for different spaces. I don't know necessarily which it's going to be. But that's the basic idea, is I'm just using these techniques to zero in on a realm that I don't know how it works, nor does anybody else. I can't refer to anybody's instructions on how to go about doing this. It's an exploratory process. And the explorations for this have come to a close for today. I think those are simply labels. I'm probably going to go and use the restroom once I am finished with this, just to kind of decompress from, oh, hang on. Cancel for now. I want to see whether I've actually got anything open. Probably not. First things first, I need to export this. It might be open in the Finder, so the Finder might be using it. This is going to be the application that I'm using many instances of. I believe I have cleared, I cleared the way for it. So away it goes. Completed successfully. We'll save that and quit out of there. And here's the program that I'll be running in 15 instances of. So I'm dragging that onto my desktop. I can copy it later. And then I can drag those to my trash, because I don't need them any longer. Here's where I have that other stuff, which I can copy over. Well, you know what? I can copy it over now and move on. Those are sort of in process, but that said, I still can absolutely just be like, okay, we'll do more of those later, but they can be included in the big list of reverbs. No reason not to, really. So here's where they came from. A simple Command X, and they're gone from that file. I paste, and they live in this file now. Save, close, quit out of there. I'm not in Twisted Wave. Only thing remaining to do is command drag all of this over to where I'll probably ignore them from that point onwards. Also, the new ones will not have the mom business in there because I no longer have that many variables to track. But this was part of a little calculation in here. And did I somehow not include that one? Well, that's weird. How do we miss this? Did I not have it selected? Well, time to fix that. Boop. Over you go. So if any of those ended up being magical in tone for some reason, and I come back later and go, wow, that sounded great, now I know what they are. And let's see if we can eject shuttle or not. Nothing's using it. Finder, settle down. SD card done. And over to this and something amusing. Oh, no, wait, I have a better idea. Batic erotic was fun for people. We'll jump into here and fire up. Do I have this talking to stream? No, but I can. Oh, tell you what, let me just make that automatically go to whatever it is I'm using. System setting. System is set to SWB auto capture, and so that ought to do it. Hopefully, we'll see. Alrighty. Turn that off. And I will be back not with another cup of coffee, but hopefully with my head clear enough to start actually working on this arrangement program in Godot that I so desperately need to do. Because I need the prompter. Rather than simply using physical cards, I need a program that I can have on screen when I'm streaming and that other people can play with, rather than just stuff that I can't do anything with because it's a card game and you can't make card games these days. Hey, I'm back. So, let's see, where was Man, I could have left you with pretty pictures to look at, and instead I just left you with music. Silly me. I meant it to do this, but I forgot. That's why everybody left. Okay. No problemo. It's completely fine for nobody to be here because now I have to do the difficult, tiresome part. But it needs to be done. Here we have the blank canvas. Is the blank page. This is where I need to start bringing stuff in. So, here is where I have started. I have started with a empty window of 1280 by 640, 648. Why 648? Surely it should be 720 by 1280. Maybe I clicked in the wrong place and reset it by mistake. So there's nothing here, so if I run it, nothing much happens. But the idea is to make this into, let's see, it is apparently resizable. That's interesting. There could be possibilities here. And remember my console X is wildly resizable, so it's not unthinkable that I could have the resizability of this serve a purpose. That said, project settings, I can also simply tell it nope. Come to think of it, I could tell it to be borderless. That looks like this. Then you can't drag it around or anything. Then it's just stuck there. That's never going to do, so we put that back. No borderless. No always, none of that stuff. No always on top. What's extended title mean? Do I have a tooltip for this? Open documentation A. Interesting. Okay, so this is a macOS only version. So if we run this, this is what we get. Set it, close it. If we run this, you can draw stuff in here, and you still have these little buttons. Although I have made it not be resizable. If it was, you'd be able to use the macOS resize things. But yeah, extended title means I have these controls for being able to close the window, which has just shut it down. But beyond that, not so much or not so useful. Anywho, something of a distraction. Something of a distraction that I shouldn't need that. Oh, I can make it have corners. Let's see what the documentation has to say about that. Only on Windows. Well, already then. A bunch of these things seem to be OS only. Anywho, I can do this. And it's not doing anything yet, but that's where things need to start. Add child node. So here's the start. Texture rect. So that could be the same size as everything else. I've got controls for here. Layout, I guess, is where I get my layout and transform. So I can make it fill up this entire screen, but I'm probably going to want to have multiple ones that I'm operating individually, and I'll tell you why. I've got these cards, and I got these cards. In these, I want to have an area where I can kind of draw stuff on there, maybe move them around, or maybe just use them as the up and down settings. There's some way of making that stuff work. These I want to draw as a like piano roll looking thing. Maybe one where you can zoom around and scroll in, and certainly click and select in. And some of these things will produce the piano roll looking thing to highlight notes that are available and notes that are not. So this stuff will be picking keys, and then you'll have multiple ones of these picking multiple keys. So the easiest way to deal with all of that is to be drawing things in these texture rects, but have more than one of them. So I'm probably not going to want to have full screen. Oh, by the way, when I run this, you can't see it yet. I haven't drawn anything in it yet. But that's where things will soon start. So main, this runs when we start. Script, empty, new script. In C# I would like it to be oh, interesting. We're editing it in Writer. Why, yes, I'll trust that and open it. And here is part of what we're doing. So we got a bunch of observations and thoughts and things happening. But we do have this going. And I should be able to run the fundamental bit. And again, now we have a C# script that doesn't do anything, but that's where we maybe can make it start doing something. Going back to here. Because one thing we have contained within this, it has a child that is called texture rect. But what I was going to use it for is a piano roll. So there's other areas I can put in. There's also I can put in a backdrop, so it can be a black background or whatever too. I see no reason why you would want to make a plugin GUI in Godot, nor can you load Godot. I guess the answer to that is no, you can't, because you can't load Godot as a plugin in a DAW. But you can make a video game in Godot, and that's kind of what we're talking about here. So piano roll is a texture. It's sort of an invisible looking one now. But what we were doing in our other program, let's open that up in something. Let's open that up in something. Godot projects, into the matrix, and both search, well, no, actually only search. if I open this in BBEdit, I can, oh God. BBEdit is actually wrapping the lines. Begins contains this many primes. So this is how I find out whether things are primes or not, is I see whether they're in this. And rather than just showing the first line here, it's showing all the primes. But BBEdit is more than capable of doing that, so it's all cool. So let me make this a smaller window. I'm going to keep this around so that I can refer to how Godot deals with things. So this is GDScript, but it's going to say some things fairly similar to in here. It'll just be a little different. So probably what we do here is extend the variables. See where it says func pressed? So we can define things in here that are persistent as long as this object is there. These are classes, as in C++ classes. Or indeed C# classes, which this is, or at least what this is. So I almost certainly don't want to put anything up here. I'm not good enough at C# or C++ to really know how to do any of these things, but that's why I'm talking my way through it. Hopefully anybody watching this, you can do this. I don't know any better than you necessarily. And yes, CPP is PETA. So you wouldn't be using this terminology, var, to do this kind of stuff. But there are ways of instantiating things nevertheless. So firstly, this is JetBrains Writer. I'm using that on purpose so that I can get a degree of syntactical help with all of this. And with a bit of luck, it will, I'm basically guessing where things belong. So the buttons contain, I see. Display, var display image. So I guess the first thing I'll try to do, seeing as we're in main, that corresponds to the class from which everything depends. Like the whole window, if this isn't here, the program isn't here. So there are things I'm going to want to have living in there. Now, I'm not sure I need to declare some of these things as, like the Godot stuff is defining some of these inside like the button. So it's instantiating things like display. I don't know this needs to do that. I bet I can do it within the Godot engine. I bet I can do it within this interface. For instance, piano roll, perhaps that needs to have a child, which is a texture. Here we have display image. And then like right down at the bottom here, we're doing things with it. Like get no texture rect, I've got one of those. So I can do this. I can go, well, get parent, that's because this is inside a button. So that goes back to what is main here. But it would be like get node, the node is the texture rect, so it would be get node piano roll, scale X and Y, and get node piano roll texture equals image texture create from image display. Let's see what happens when we take this piano roll and try to declare an image. We got image texture. We can make it have an image texture. Expand mode. Okay, that I'm not sure what that is about, but I'll worry about that later. Stretch mode scale is probably correct. Size, that will probably need to be updated. Also, can I default it to something? I might not be able to, but all the same, I might be able to do stuff with this. So piano roll, text direct, it's not going to have a script to it. Let's see whether that, okay, it has image texture. Resource, but I have not actually created it. I have just told it that it, will it run? Let's see if it runs. Nothing happens, although it didn't crash. I don't think I actually have an image texture. I just said, oh, by the way, your texture is this. But there is no image texture in there. There's none of my resources. I haven't created one at any point, so there you go. So this image texture has a size, but it doesn't have any context. Or content, rather. Texture, filter inherit. I do know what those things mean. Material empty. I don't think that's actually useful for what I'm doing. So I tell you what. I'm going to reset that. It's going to be empty because I don't honestly have anything for it right now. But here's where I maybe can make something be. Partial class main node 2D. Here would be where we make something happen. So what's my language for this? In here is going to involve a texture equals this. So there's going to be something like that in here. I probably don't need to call it every frame, except for there may be changes, and this is not going to be the syntax for it, but it might be a start. There's no parent, so that's in red. Can't resolve the symbol of this either, but this is where it would start. So I guess red is not necessarily bad. So that stuff might be fine. Might be wrong because I don't actually have a texture rect. Instead, what I have here is piano roll. So in theory, that is correct. This is perhaps already correct, also correct, but I do not have an image of display. That's what I was looking to create in here. So let's see how I go about doing that then, because it's not going to be var, I'll tell you that right now. Do I have other stuff here? I also really wonder whether that red is a bad sign. I think it probably is. I'm not quite sure what it wants. Oh, Godot can be C#, yes. I've never worked with it before, but that's what I'm trying to do now. So this is going to involve this. And there's a lot there to be pulled from. but you can't do this. Yeah, more's the pity, altered waves. Zappa probably would. Dweezil is around, but Dweezil is going a bit off. He's too busy being edgy, so he's aligning with some people that Frank probably wouldn't have approved of, and I certainly don't. Or at least he's just being very jokey about it all. So let's see. Honestly, this doesn't look good. Cannot resolve symbol display. Understandable. That's fair. Cannot resolve symbol get node. What if I do this get node? No, still can't. I need to, let's quit out of JetBrains Writer just for the moment and open another file. But the other file is Scratchpad. Scratchpad is a C# code that ran. I'm going to resize it and make it so that you can see it. So this is C# code that runs. Oh, I think I see what I did wrong. Let's jump back into this stuff again and juxtapose this with see, that's what I did, but this is what it's supposed to be. See, int x double price. What that means is I should be seeing image display. Let's try it. And then this probably means nothing and won't work. But for starters, we can at least, boom, that works. What else do I need to? I don't think I actually, also, I must remember that this is, oh, and it added private. But being private to this is probably fine. It just added that. Yeah, or no, I give Dweezil a lot of grace. I just don't think his politics are necessarily any good at all. It's a pity. Yeah, he was doing Sinclavier stuff. I have that album. I have Jazz from Hell. So how do we refer to, get child 0, eh? Well then, let's see whether that, I guess I can, by its index. Can I do it by its name? Oh, I'm going to want to do it kind of like that. Get node, rather. Don't need to do it by get child. Node by path. So, what's the syntax I'm going to want for that then? Alrighty, so tab complete is going to be something useless, but it's giving me a hint. It wants to do audio stream player, of which there is not one, but what I do have is piano roll, which is a text direct. So text direct piano roll should get me started. And it wants angle brackets, paren. And then that is where we get to texture. But it wants it to be capitalized, doesn't it? And in fact, it does want display, so far so good. It even filled in the semicolon at the end. That is legal code, except for that I haven't actually created display, apparently. See, it's not happy with it. So in theory, it cannot convert source type Godot image to target type texture 2D. But there are ways we can that I've seen before. You got to draw texture somewhere? No. How about I undo back to the part that didn't work and then see where I can as texture, perhaps? I can tab complete it, but I don't know that. No, it doesn't. It wanted me to do that, but it wasn't actually a thing. So what functions do images have? Here's a little example of how you go about doing these things. But what I actually want is the C# version of some of this. So how did we do it in GDScript? Image texture create from image. And I bet you image texture is also a variable. That's probably up here. Well, it's not all the way up there, but maybe we have a new version every time we iterate. Or maybe I created it over here somewhere. I'm pretty sure I don't want to have these be instantiated every frame. That feels like I don't need to go there. But I don't see where image texture is being instantiated. But we have an example of how this is done. Oh, should it be 2D? It's not going to be. Okay, so image texture is already a texture 2D. I'm not going to want to be using a 3D one. Doesn't need to be a layered. Create from image. So this is a public class. And so I do have some examples of how this is done. And this is something that Writer is doing for me, so I appreciate that a lot. Needs to look kind of like this code that we have here. Now the reason I have a private image there is because, well, can I create it on the fly? Is that useful? Because we're editing image. But image is currently nothing. It's like nada. There's a number of things I need to do with it, but it is currently nothing. and I'm just trying to figure out where these need to be done. I do know that I need to update it, but I don't know if I need to create these things and then recreate them every frame. That feels wasteful, especially since it's going to largely sit around not being anything. Well, at least I can instantiate it. So if you have these things up here, Writer should know what it's meant to be. Structural navigation. Okay, how about maybe no, let's not do that. We're going to disable it, in fact. That's not helpful. I was hoping it was going to be able to show me something like I saw earlier. We have this weird inability to properly complete things. Okay. Texture equals get node. That's actually not correct. This is something contained within. Well, hang on though. Does that make it a node? Does defining it there make it a node? I guess I can hit tab complete and find out. Nope, it can't. That is not actually correct. I'm defining image texture and it's blank. There's nothing there yet. But I don't seem to be able to make it be created. That's unfortunate. That's not giving me anything either. This is what one would hope for your modern, very clever thing, rather than them just giving you bad suggestions of stuff you didn't want to do. To be able to figure out how you want to get started on something like this would be nice. Earlier, it was doing something when I established this. So how about I get it to show me that again? You're supposed to do this. So, can I select stuff from here? That would be nice. We don't have image yet, but oh, and it's telling me stuff from GD script. That's not helpful. Well, let's see where we can get with all of this mess. Image texture create from image. So you should be able to do that. I'm going to need to do it other than in instantiation. But then texture piano roll equals texture. That part is fine. I can't click on and select this. That's super annoying. Well, this is going to be, well, tab completion with this is great. I don't know, man. I'm not getting anything out of it. I'm reading chat a little bit. People are having a lively conversation. I have that album. We're only in it for the money. I have a stack of albums leaning up against a thing over there that I need to record, and I haven't had time to do them, or quite to finish them, but I got all the way down to, let's see. I've recorded everything from Jazz from Hell all the way back to Roxy and Elsewhere, and then I'm continuing from there. Okay, so image texture dot create from image. Okay, so you can do that. That's cool. That's looking to be the right kind of thing. Except for this is wrong. So instead, it figured out that I wanted to name it that way. And then this become, did we select that? Yes, we did. Can I extend it? We got create placeholder, but it does not have anything like create from image, even though the other thing did. However, maybe I can do it in multiple statements. Or, indeed, I can oh, now it wants an autocomplete that's different. I don't have any of that. I don't know what it's talking about. And it's covering up what I'm trying to do. That should be a start. Should let me do that. I have multiple semicolons in there. So these are now at least something, but you don't get to just assign the image to display texture. But hang on, maybe that's not right either. Okay, so my GDScript code is doing things like creating images, so I might be able to find relevant stuff there. Like this. Like this. Let's see if the text is the same in C#. Interesting. What if we do this? Ah, got there. However, we don't have array size. So what we can do is just quickly make it be a 512 by 512. Oh, now it's not happy. What the hey? It doesn't like format RGBA. Alrighty then. And now it doesn't like create. Hi. What's your damage? Is it because they don't have a semicolon there? It's because they don't have a semicolon there. Fine. We have all these complaints that are left over from here, and I would like to blank them, please. But I can't, because I don't know how. Oh no, it's still unhappy about that. That's why it didn't go away. Why is it that when I'm on this, it's happy with it, and then when I'm not, it's not? What's the deal? Tab to... Pff. That's not what I intended at all. Thanks. Yeah, you go the heck away. You go away. Let's undo back into here. And this time, can I have a autocomplete of some kind? So what I had before was image format RGB AH. Format is a class. Oh, for Pete's sake. What the heck is your problem? Why is that not the complete? Oh, okay, because I shouldn't have been hitting tab. Never mind. And then I bet it's like this. Okay, so where RGBAH is what I had before, it wants it to be lowercase, because why not? Options. Disable permanently via plugin. Remove some sidebar. Disable. Okay. Not now. Deal with it later. Go away. Actually, no. You know what? Save. Quit. Let's see if it paid attention to what I told it to do. Also, this is a problem. Does it want, like, capital or something? Public static image create blah 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 blah. That seems correct. Huh. Image correct create on DuckDuckGo.com. That's cool. They even know not to trust going to Google. Meanwhile, I put my cards on top of each other in an unhelpful way. There we go. These, those. If I'm lucky, by the end of the day, I'll have something drawing on the screen. Considering that I've never programmed in C# in Godot before, or barely ever, certainly not to the point of drawing and doing and making things. Okay, show me that again, please. I said, show me that again, please. I repeat, I beg, I entreat of you, please show me that again, that thing that was showing on the screen. I wish to see it. What if I do this? Yes? No? A display, here's a bunch of stuff in here. That's all things that you can do, but you don't have... I bet I don't have methods on this. These are... No, there are methods on this. Dang it. Okay, so maybe I don't want to create so much as I want to... I don't know what I want to do. Okay, now it's not showing me anything helpful at all. And that's not a thing. Awesome. You would think this being so fancy it would be able to do something as simple as this, but I stand corrected, man. What about if you do new image and then try to do something off the back of that? What then? Look, you can do things where the result is error. Handy. This seems too basic to be causing this much of a problem, although, look, you've got some things like getPixel. Stuff like that can be handy. I've used things like that. I know what to do once I get to that point. I just don't have the fundamental things. Image display equals new image. That's the kind of stuff that you can have inside an image. These are the things you can do using an image. You can get the format. How about set image, maybe? You can apparently do create from data. Well, that would be interesting. Maybe that's the formulation it wants. You would think it would have suggested it. And then we do need to smooch those together, but that's not necessarily going to help, is it? Cannot resolve method. It doesn't know what this is. It doesn't know what that is. And we ain't even gotten past the display, which is terrifying. Okay, so it wants int bool format and byte. Well, there we go. I don't have a byte array in there. All from class image. I cannot select this or make it go there or have it show me anything useful about any of this. What about if I go here? You know, under some circumstances it shows me things, but apparently not. And here's a whole class that exists here, but it's a scene and I haven't made anything into it. And I have no way of going to documentation, although I know I've seen it. I've seen that before. Skeleton options is nothing like what I'm looking for. MS build, also nope. No, seems to be no way that I can go to the documentation that I know is built into this, so oh well. I bet it's not built into this. You'd think it would be, though. Connected. Version control. Yep, not worried about that. We're just trying to make an image like I was able to do so easily in GDScript. And I bet I'll get there. I just don't know how many hours it will take. We'll find out. We're finding out together. This is what I wanted to do with the code that was here. So display equals image.create. Interesting. That's an autocomplete. See, I can't do this, but maybe you can do these. So you can do create from data. I'm quite willing to do create empty. Aha. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Oh, come on. That can't be true. That's like circular. That can't be useful. That's circular. That's backwards. You're supposed to assign the display to the texture, not the other way around. Makes no sense at all. Seriously? Okay, so it's an empty image, so apparently it's presumably going to be black, right? But if I complete that, I will have created image texture also empty. I guess find out if it works. And it'll be image display. And then in order to see whether it does anything, colors, and let's go with blue. So in theory, we've created an image. It's 512 by 512. Display texture is that, and then for every frame, some of this stuff needs to be in process, but in theory, this should be able to turn this thing into a blue square. I don't know, but we'll find out. Did it work? Got there. If I can do this, I can do anything. However, is this overriding the size of that? Sure is. So watch this. Piano roll is now a tiny little frame. And yet, look at it struggle. And yet, it's drawing the image over it with no consideration for the size of that frame. It's just straight up drawing it from that point. So that's probably not something I'm going to want to keep. Also, is it giving me any options for this, I wonder? Let me click on something, you fool. There we go. So do we have a texture in here? No, we don't. That doesn't count. That's just there. We're assigning these things programmatically. So expand mode, keep size. Or we can have it be ignore size. Let's see what it does now. I just told it to ignore. I told it to ignore size, and now it's keeping it within the borders. Keep size apparently can. So here's the next thing. What kind of dimensions are we looking at here? Our transform can be whatever. Like if I run it again, now it's going to be that square. But back in the world of the script, we told it to be blue. We can tell it to be 16 pixels by 16 pixels. I bet that's still gonna, yep, fills up the entire size. So what we currently have is similar to what I was doing in the previous program. Yeah, you guys are up to speed as far as what this is. This needs to be a video game people can download so they can fool with this stuff that I've been doing for years, and so that I can fool with this stuff that I've been doing for years more easily. Because what I've been having to do is play it as a card game and like shuffle, which can be cumbersome, like these cards. They're little cards I got off of like Amazon or whatever. They don't shuffle nicely because they don't have good edges. The edges are not like regulation poker card edges. They're sort of vertical edges. They're not smoothed in any way. So when you bunk them up against each other, they just get stuck. So in order to play with these as cards, you have to be able to shuffle them. But I can't shuffle these because they don't go together, and that's very frustrating. Okay, now what? I guess maybe I can only draw things in rects. Doesn't have a pixel reference. Ah, yes, it does. Vector arguments instead of integer arguments. Okay, so that's basically the same again. Hang on. Your original suggestion was good. What do I got to do in order to make you fill that in? Nope. Command arrow. Got there. Okay. So now if we run it, we have a spot. Although notice an interesting thing about this, it is not a neatly laid out spot, and that is because this is interpolated. It's been stretched to this size. There are things to do about that though. And I bet you I can make one of them happen. I was doing some of this in Juice for Console X. Oh, look, you can draw directly on the display texture. That's handy. If I had known that, it would have saved me a bit of trouble. There's other things we can do here, though, so it's probably all fine. We got a bunch of set things here, but not actually what I need. So instead, let me type in I'm looking for the word interpolation. I am not finding it. Could it be in, well, no, that doesn't make any sense either. So we have this, and this is being made into various different sizes, and now we have this thing that's being drawn in it. It gets to be resized to the size of this area, which is what I had in mind. But then it's drawing this without drawing it as a, like the interpolation of this is what's causing that to happen. So our image texture, perhaps it's in here somewhere. Expand mode, set mode. Texture is being applied on the fly. That's still correct. Filter properties. I don't suppose it's part of, okay, so canvas item, texture, filter, inherit, there we go. This is what's doing that thing. Texture repeat is what's making it fit that area perfectly, versus using the little thing and, like, I'll show you what this does. Firstly, filter nearest does this. There, now it's a block. And there are things I can usefully do with that. It also works really nicely on high resolution screens. But then if filter repeat is enabled, it now does this, which apparently is not what I expected. I thought what was going to happen is it was going to do little tiles of this tiny area over and over again, but it did not. That's quite interesting. Texture will repeat normally. It's not actually repeating. So I can leave that alone because it's not going to matter. We don't actually have a material here. So filter is controlling what this does. This is some visibility stuff that applies to 2D layering and so on. I know what these things do, but it's not relevant to what I'm doing right now. So I can put that back, really. So here's where, like, if I get this working, then other things can also happen too. One of the things I had in mind was that piano roll thing. So currently what I've got is a 16 by 16 pixel thing. Now, it's going to get a little messy trying to do this. I can set a pixel there. Let's see, across that would be, I think, and down, I think. Well, one way to find out. Because the piano roll is going to live in the realm of MIDI notes. And I have a number of ideas in line for that. Currently, what's now going to happen is different. Now it is this far across, but going from top to bottom. So 0, 0 is up here. And 127, like what, 8 is down here. I'm curious if I can draw it flipped in some way. That would be interesting. Because my idea with this is to be able to make a piano roll where you can be shown what are available notes along these lines. It's also going to need to draw a piano keyboard with stuff highlighted in appropriate ways so that it can show you what these things are. I might be able to build that out of like interface elements, though, in a much more cumbersome but less programmatic way. Or make my own way of drawing this. Any number of possibilities. One of the possibilities is just make a bitmap like this and be able to swap out the colors inside it. That could work. But then this area needs to be an area where you click on this and maybe hear a note, and you're able to set it up so that it draws this area, perhaps scrollable, scrolling around on there, and compose melodies by clicking on it and illuminating the dots here. And I can, for instance, I wonder if this is the same. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. You cannot do Command B to build and have that work. Although, can you do it here, or am I just assuming you could? Because, oh yes, you can. There. So now this area is drawing a little speck, and that's like a note. But if you had a pre-specified vocal range, so let's assume this takes up a space and is perhaps drawn onto a background and fits in here neatly. And this would be your canvas area. There could be other little controls for zooming in or widening it or whatever. Here's a couple of things I would like to see whether I can do. One of them is, can I draw this flipped? Can this be down here? Because if so, I can have a texture in which these pixels are going left to right, they're the sequence of your notes. And this is not going to be a piano roll where you hit it and play. It's going to be a thing where you sketch out notes and you can click on them and hear what the note was. But it's being drawn top to bottom. I want to know if I can invert that. Let's find out. Convert from format. Oh, neat. Okay. That is something. My question is that going to just be oscillating incredibly fast? Because you see, if this is a void and this can be called on an image, what's going to happen is, oh no, wait. Flip horizontally or flip the image vertically. Well, first of all, let's see if this works. Evidently not. Huh. Oh, I'm happy that's working for you, Altered Waves. I'm busily progressing to do even more. Well, I know I can do this. You just can't do it here. This is all in ready, so while this only happens once, it will now be bottom to top. There we go. So I can draw this and then have this be MIDI note values, and it'll scale appropriately. Let's also see other things that can be done from this. Like, what other options do I have in here? Do I have crop? Can I crop it? Can I remove the, or go for a region? Crop to region. I can do get width and probably like set width. Set name, set path, set script, or maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, so all of that is somewhat less helpful. So create from image. Draw a rect region. Only used in 2D. It's fine. If you're trying to wrap your ears around how the filter works, it only touches very high frequency stuff. Hi, that's interesting. Set size override. Will this let me flip Y? What happens if, say, I've got display set pixel. Here's my idea here is that the first one is Now, that doesn't mean that MIDI notes of 0 are particularly helpful, or 128. That's just the total limit here. So, assuming I can set pixels according to this quite directly, what can we then do to convert it to the image texture and have it be displayed? I'm already flipping it. Flip Y is just letting me take this image and put it to MIDI notes going from bottom to top. But now I want to see if I can restrict the ranges of it. BlendRect and BitRect are probably not what I want. Nope, that's coming from source images. I'm looking to change the actual image bounds here because I'm able to use them for things. Convert the format A. Hey, Igus, you're quite welcome. So the get pixel stuff I'm wanting to be associated very much with a sequence of things. Visible portion of image. Okay, so this is assuming it can work with things like transparent images, and it's just working with that stuff. That's interesting. That's interesting too. So that's kind of what I had in mind, except for that it is, well, let's see what we got. All right, in theory that works, but that's making it much smaller than it had been. What happens when we run this then? Okay, it made that be... I'm not sure that really helped. Now what do we got? We got black. That would be because we made it so small that, or we cropped it right past this point, so that's funny. If we do this, that's not quite what I had in mind. But we can test it like this. Huh. So resize. I beg your pardon. Thank you. But no thank you. It just broke everything, didn't it? Let's have it unbreak everything. Okay, that theoretically works or something. So we are resizing from 128 with the pixel at 1616, or we could have the pixel be at 1, 1. The pixel's still going to be there. That looks broken, but I don't know why. But I don't think it was. It's just drawing this stupid now. Why is it able to do that and not able to do the other? How about that? Okay, so we got a 128 by 128. We're setting 1 pixel. We resized it to 32 and then set another pixel. What happens then is that the trilinear thing, we can barely see it at all. It's just faded out completely. That's because we made it much smaller. On the other hand, if we do this, we should see 2 pixels. Or perhaps not. No, we kind of do. Trilinear means if the pixel is like dead on, it stays, but if it's partly off, it doesn't. What's going to happen there is, honestly, I might as well go to that. So my problem here is we're not cropping. We are resizing, but we are not cropping. What I was looking to do was be able to set pixels in here, but then show only a subset of the underlying display, and that is not what this is doing. So resize is not my friend. Tools might try to make it easy, but half the time when I've hit tab or whatever, it's done something horribly and horribly wrong. And that does not make me happy. So display flip Y. How about, try this again. That's not what I told you to do, you dumb, dumb thing. So I think maybe command arrow? No. You dumb, crazy thing. I have to type everything out longhand. I cannot even select this and hope that it will see. It's showing what the autocorrect is going to be. Okay, fair enough. Set size override? No. This is for canvas items, and what I'm looking for is a blit or related thing. So display texture equals image texture create from image gave me something that worked. What I'm looking for is display texture equals a subset of image as I specify. The rest of it seems basically fine, at least for now. Okay, it's giving me create from image, but it is not, however, okay, I can't fit that. So here is presumably where I would want to, it's only giving me exactly what was already there. And there are very few other options here. And sure enough, yeah, there's nothing there to be had. Which suggests that this would be, oh, for heaven's sake, now what are you on about? It just deleted a bunch of my stuff and jumped in somewhere else. That's crazy. Undo time. Now, why would you do that? Is it simply because I had that all selected? That would follow. And now if I hit tab, it should do that over again. But how about let's resort to that image class instead. Image, I'm not going to want create from data unless I do. I'm looking for blitting from an existing image. Blitting is what they used to call copying from another image somewhere. No. No bueno, that's not it. So I've already created an empty image. I can do that. However, I'm looking to blit it from another image so that I can crop it, which would let me specify sizes of things. Hey, Grants. Now this is fine. At least I'm grappling with this now. It's appalling, but at least I'm grappling with this now. Yeah, so don't do those. With that, you have to have data. I don't currently have that. Probably time enough for me to explore the idea of seeing how people do this on the internets. Scooch this right over. Oh, I fear this is in GDScript again. Image get region. That is supposed to be something that one can do. So properties of the image class. Presumably these things are supported in C#. And presumably it will, see, we've seen this. Copy from returns void. Source image, so you can image rect. Source rect 2i, destination vector 2i. I'm not entirely sure what the difference is between a rect and a vector 2i, other than vector 2i is a pair of integers. I would assume a rect 2i is also a pair of integers. Copy from. See, what I'm going to need to find is not simply crop or whatever, but I got to copy from a point to a endpoint. which is a subset of the total numbers. Like if I can get this to work, I will be able to see what it is. Resize is not going to be a friend to me. Fill rect. Looks very much to me as if everything I can possibly do demands rect 2i's and vector 2i's. So let's go and look into that a little bit. Blit rect is definitely what I'm looking for. I wonder if I can declare these things from inside the call. And I also need a source. That, however, suggests something, and this was not showing up in my autocompletes before, but create from image display rect. Looks like I need another image. This returns void. For it to create from an image, it would have to return image. That's not a thing that's happening. So I need a source image to make this work. I can't actually do this from inside here. See where it says image source? Also, I don't know what it will do if it is its own source. That seems like a world of hurt that you don't want to necessarily go to. And I still need to create rect2l and vector 2i, rect2i and vector 2i. Weird how that doesn't look like an I. Go figure. Their choice for text font seems to be somewhat questionable. So I do need to make a sub-image just for that purpose. Fortunately, I do know how to do that. So we got this so far. We can also make the sub-image do the flip. And I need to declare all of the things, so we'll declare that. Okay, it was trying to write other things, but that doesn't matter. It's trying to fill in an incorrect way as well, but that doesn't matter. See, here's where if I hit something, it starts doing wrong things at me. So we're going to learn not to do that. We're going to remember not to do that. I am, however, curious as to, do I even need to do new image, or would that be... I'll find out. Oh, and see, it was showing me the thing I wanted, and then it filled in with the thing I didn't want. Lovely. Okay, so now that's harmless, but if I copy this out, can it run? Looks like it can. We don't need to do that. We don't need to do new image. Those things exist. We defined them up here. We just need to assign them to things and not have them go around being uninitialized. So something to do with blit. I was going to do something to do with blit. First, now what does it think it's doing now? Fine. C# is not position sensitive. White space doesn't matter as much for it, so that was fine. Now we see whether this works, and also whether it's assigning or referencing. That works, although, no, actually, I don't know whether it works or not. Display texture, we won't need this either, if my assumption is correct. Boy, every time I try to do something, it loses its mind and goes crazy. I honestly don't know with this thing. You can't do anything with this thing. JetBrains writer, get your act together, man. No matter what you do for trying to do an autocomplete, it always tries to do something wrong. Wild. To think that I paid for this. We try to run it. And that did do a thing. My question now is, okay, 3 colors green, eh? I don't know why it would assume I want to do that. And yet, that is, in fact, what I would want to do. Okay, good job. Occasionally you get it right. Or almost right. Now, if crop display equals display is reference, then it's going to have the green dot. If it is assigning display, it will not have a green dot. It has a green dot, although I assigned the dot to display. Interesting. Alrighty. So that means they're both the same image. Not intended. Which is where we bring in our blit stuff, isn't it? And here's where I need to figure out what a rect2i is. Oh. Why, thank you. Don't mind if I do. Position, asize, and utility functions. Okay. And it's starting to show me the things I want. Nice, okay. X, Y, width, and height. We can work with this. For starters, okay, why are you having a problem with that? Or are you, in fact, having a problem with that? Or are we just in the process of working with it? Let's assume that's okay. Now it wants a vector 2i. Namely this. Let's double click on that, since that might help better. And ints. Cool. Wait a minute, what did it want to do with the vector 2i again? I guess we'll find out. If this works, it'll draw the red and the blue dot, but not the green dot. It didn't. It didn't do anything of the sort. Interesting. And we have a bunch of problems now. Well, that's cute. Oh, that's because it was copying from itself. That's not sensible at all. And I know I didn't tell it to do that. Please split rect from display. Thank you very much. Go. Still no bueno. Also, I'm seeing all manner of errors and problems. Let's look up blitrect again. Up here. So copy source rect from source image to this image at coordinates DST. You must have the same format. Copies that rect from this image at coordinates. Okay, so that should have worked. I'm a little puzzled as to what was this little problem that it did not work. But I can see what's going on a little bit better if I do this. Okay, it should be drawing a dark blue color now. Or not. What's the deal here? What happened? Oh, maybe we didn't create empty. See, display has a create empty, crop display does not. But we can fix the heck out of that. Now let's see what we get. Lovely. However, we told it to be blue. So let's see if we can blit only that rect. It'll be blue with a corner and boom, got there. Okay, that worked. Thing is, though, It's a pity I don't have more controls for this. So blitrect 006464, fine, good. But what if I do this? What does that then do? Ah, okay. So we've now offset that subsection at there. This is what blitting is all about. That's what this does. But we have not resized anything, though. So if crop display was not in fact 128, if it instead was 64 by 64, boop, now we have zoomed in on the other image as well as offsetting it. I feel like some of this might as well be moved over to process. This is, after all, where we are assigning the texture each time. Let's see if we can just straight up move all of this. Boop, and boop. Now we're doing this 60 times a second. Also, we are assigning display to have a green pixel 60 times a second. And the first frame, it didn't do it, but then the second frame, it did. See, it goes there, and then we start including it, and boom. Because this isn't happening only once anymore. This is now happening every time. Now, here's why that would matter. I'm looking to place notes here on display, but then be able to zoom in using crop display and we're blitting a rect from display. Don't mind me pondering. So if we run this, yeah, so it has now drawn this on this area. But this is actually the original size. So if we just did display, these would be down here. But we've only copied this part of it. The blue is the stuff that we haven't copied. However, if we make this be much smaller than that, we can zoom in on that bottom corner. This is how far off the corner we go. And this is where we're drawing. So we've got a red and a blue dot. And our red dot is much bigger now because we've zoomed in on that bottom corner. The blue dot is off screen because we would have to draw it slightly further in order to have that represented on our zoomed in part. And this is our zoomed in part. I wonder if calling this private means I can't refer to it elsewhere. I guess we'll find out. No, that is just... add a child node and have that node be, how about a slider? There we are. One of the nice things about stuff like this is that it gives you things to play with. So there's that. It's a pity you can't still see it. Can't see them both at the same time. Whatever, good enough. So things like this could be a way of letting us move the stuff around. I guess I can simply refer to a slider at this stage. Back to writer. And let's see, so that happens once, this happens every frame. Image create empty. Can I refer to that slider? How about maybe I just make a variable? And what? Get node. Okay, I'm going to want get node. And I'm going to want this, the H slider. I have to look up what that actually is. Is that literally the name of the node? Probably. It's probably the name of the node. I guess we'll find out soon enough. No, wait, it wouldn't be the name of it, would it? Can't spell for beans today. Nope, that's no good. Let's start with S this time. And I think that's correct. I think that is actually what I wanted to do. Cool. Except for it seems unhappy with me now. Why is that a problem? Because although I'm talking about things named ZoomH, there isn't one. We'll name it ZoomH, and then maybe that's what it wanted me to do. And I know why it wanted that too. Maybe I can't assign within that? At least I know why it did the thing that it did. Okay, in theory that's supposed to be a thing, but now it's not. What's its little problem? Oh, have we got a context suggestion? Alt-Enter. Let's assume that's Option for the Mac. Okay, that's going to be kind of unhelpful. Let's see what's going on here. You should be able to find a type of node that is slider. After all, we are finding a type of node that is texture rect. And that's the suggested autocomplete for it. Value is a possible thing that, oh, double. Maybe that's why it's upset. Maybe that's why it's upset. Okay, well then let's try Z index. That's not the correct thing. But it's now happier. And I'll tell you why. And maybe it can even assign like that. Let's see. Okay, so I bet that if we do this, then it is happy again. And that's because we are instantiating a variable, but we're not instantiating a variable of the wrong type. That's cool. Oh, and we got to finish it with that. Oh, what? No, we don't have to do that, do we? That would be wrong. Also, we don't need to call that zoomh. That was just its dumb little suggestion. Because it saw the variable I was instantiating, and it decided that that had to be the same thing. Now it's not going to want this, but I can cast it to int. And then let's see, second one of these, same deal. Oh, except for that it screwed me up again. I wasn't watching it closely enough. Oh, are we still having a problem? What's our little problem now? Lack of a space in the wrong place? What's our little problem now? What have you done? You were fine before. You were fine until I did this, and then you were a big problem. Maybe I can copy and paste it in without it freaking out and going all sour. Let's find out. Can we paste that? Okay, it did something horrible to me. In fact, I will even do it across all of these, and we'll have a little diagonal resize. And let's see what we got. Run, please. Voila. And it's running very quickly, although kind of we don't really need it to be this aggressive. But here is how we can resize some of these things so that we're keeping a background thing, but then we get to move it according to a control. And it's drawing very nicely. This is a very quick routine. And these controls can be updated to use relevant things. So how about getting some of our concepts in order? But no. I feel like I don't want that. Gonna need labels for things. Also, I should probably have a card under there so I can see where the bugger is. I also wonder whether I'm drawing in transparency. If I'm drawing this stuff in transparency, that means that I can layer things and have a texture underneath it, and it would look prettier. So let's find out. Here we are. Now, what do I gotta do to make this track? I'm a little disappointed by that. I'd like to inherit the size and position, really. I don't know why I can't do that. Oh, wait, no, I sure I can. Sure I can. It has taken on the correct size. So interesting. 999A. Fine. 392 it shall be. 100392. There. Now it matches, and we can have it be a different color. Let's do a sort of deep blue, just so. And now if we draw it, that was not the original one. Oh wait, now neither of them work, do they? Oh, I know why. Layering. Layering. This needs to be under the other one. How do we go about doing that? Move down. Let's see if it worked. I don't think it worked. I assume everything still works, but visibility, visible on. What's this? Show behind? Please show me the thing. Behind its parent. Good, that's exactly what I wanted. Now let's see if it works. Lovely. So the next question is, now that we have this, we've got these two sliders, of which only this one is doing the thing. Also, it should really have a value of 1. A min value of 1 so that it... Hang on. Don't go too crazy, you. I can set these all separately as needed. This one doesn't do anything yet. They can have labels and names and things, and it can look all like into the matrix or whatever if I wanted to. But what I'm looking to find out now is this. We are drawing an image, and we're setting some pixels on it, and then we're using this other thing to blit it to another image, which defines the size that we want and lets us do things like zoom around based on what the thing is. But does that mean we are now swooping over this blue background? Hell yeah, we are. Okay, these are all kind of parts of what I would have to do in order to make this all work. Also, I would not at all mind being able to set pixels on display based on clicks onto here. And that requires me to go into here again. So main, ready, and process. Here are the things I can override. I'm looking for mouse clicks. That could very well be input event. That stuff, not so much. GUI events need a higher priority. Fair. It is, oh, if the node is present in the scene tree. Well, the node is present in the scene tree. The node is our basic thing. The question is, oh, and look, we've got this too. Shortcut processing is enabled. Well, no, not necessarily. Let's fire this off and see if we can do anything with it. I see. Why is this not? What's its deal? Shouldn't you be able to do this? I want to get a mouse click event. So if I can do that, I can do a bunch of different things. So node unhandled input. Good, good. I am not sure if I wanted to do the thing that I just did, which jumped away from where I was at. Okay, so script. That's not correct, but this might be. So input event event. So it's written the thing that I saw on the screen in here, but this is all grayed out. Why is this all grayed out? It looks the same as the ones that aren't all grayed out. Because I needed to add something to it, that's all. Now it's not all grayed out, yay. A bunch of useless suggestions. Well, I mean, here's the, like, this card game thing, I mean, it could be physical. I could always just go and gloss these up a little bit, or even just photocopy them and send them off to have them manufactured into cards. I'm not sure whether this is even optimal, though. Like, I could get them printed into cards, and in a way that was more shuffleable. Like, I can see if you're trying to shuffle these, you push them against each other and they don't want to go. It's stuck because the edges of these cards are just square, and that's not how cards are supposed to be. So they end up refusing to shuffle in a very annoying way. But I could get them printed up into cards that had proper edges and were actually good. But then how do you go about doing that? You're like playing an instrument or whatever, and you've got this card game all over your desk. I've dealt with that before. It's not that great. So, event. I'm going to have to look up how to handle mouse input. Hopefully in a way that is not a video. I don't need to set it to, let's see what this has. Oh, back to here again. Okay, so working in here. Oh, event position, interesting. So I can do this. I'm going to want to click Oh, let's see it in C#. Okay. Okay, it's going to be something like this. I only care about the clicks. So and I can just assign that. It'll be fine. Oh, look, it knows what I want to do, doesn't it? Sure, do that. And then it probably thinks I want to do click Z. But no. No, instead I am going to paste that in. That is effective code. Because it's effective code, that means I can, hang on. No, that's not what I wanted. Replace this print with something else. But first, we are working in C#. So we have these. If I didn't do that, it would only do that one statement. A C-if statement, rather than being like Godot, where it is tab over and then it does everything along the tab, you got to use these. If I had not done that, it would still only do the first thing in the line. Now it's printing that to the console, and apparently it has already figured out that I want to do these things. So that is actually not wrong. Let's go with it. It saw that I did a click X. It figured out that I wanted to make those be that. In that case, I don't need this line anymore. Also, if I use these, it's probably not going to be grayed out. Probably see where I'm going with this. And I am surprised that it wasn't able to see where I was going with that. Okay, got there. I do not know why it is now upset with this part. What's its little problem there? Why are you acting like that is wrong? I no understand. Is that wrong? Oh, cannot implicitly convert floats to ints. Cool, cool. That is in fact a float. Let's explicitly convert it. See what that gets us. At least it told me its problem. And in theory, if I click on here, something will happen. Although I see that I am mistaken and that nothing did happen. But the theory was that something would happen. Okay, so where did we go wrong? Did it handle the input? Let's put that line back in. It can at least print. Maybe it's simply position. Maybe position is not normalized to the where I think it is. Because that could get quite complicated. That could get quite complicated indeed. So back over to here. Stick that in there. Now if I get, I think it'll display it there. and it has. So here is the top corner. 0, 0 is there. If I click on this, oh, not only that, check this out. It's not containing it within these boundaries, but I can put stuff in here. It's just not anywhere near where I thought it should be. And we can zoom in. And it's still not anywhere near where I thought it would. So that's going to be a whole concern of being able to map it so that I can click here and a dot shows up right where I clicked. Because bear in mind, we're also zooming in and out and everything. The weather is way cooler than it has been for days. It's definitely not overwhelmingly hot today, and that's nice. The house should gradually return to something resembling normalcy. So here's where stuff gets, I mean, it could get even more complicated if the window was resizable. It could go completely crazy. But here's what this is about. We're taking all of the clicks from all of this and also we do not seem to respond to drags, but I'm basically okay with that. I don't feel like I'm going to need to draw stuff by dragging it. Also, it would be nice to be able to shut the clicks back off again. See, we can zoom right in here. And as long as we're close enough to the corner, can I even go all the way to the edge? Probably not. Nope. Nope, you can't quite reach there. Yeah, attics can get really warm. No question about that. So yeah, we can define all of this. We're just going to have more than a little trouble scaling it. So this could get complicated, and yet that is my wish, to make it so that there is this screen, you can zoom in and out and move it around. See, this is just a zoom, and it's happening in both dimensions at once, but I'm looking to have another set of controls where you can not only zoom it, but you can go from side to side. And then be able to click here and have it update that and play a note. If I can get that part working, one thing about it is that in order to get it to work at all, I'll have to make it so that it can zoom in on what the eventual note would be. I do not know if I can sound a note. That would be cute. That's something that we could test in here, in fact. So let's see whether we can sound a note. Note. Nope. Not from there. MIDI note. Well, you can do input events, but only MIDI input is supported. However, that's cool. At least MIDI import is supported. I might have to roll my own sound system. That'll be granted, that would be my jam, but still, that seems frustrating. Okay, these things, I know what they are. The question becomes, I may simply need to load in a file much like I did in the Balls Up game with the background music, I can bring in a note and then just rescale it. Hello, FN. And pitch scale would determine which note it wanted. Oh, do we have text-to-speech? Can it sing notes? That would be a cute way of bypassing it. That said, I don't know if that's going to work, though. Asynchronous. Wouldn't work on all Linux. That's a bit of a deal breaker. I'd kind of like this to run on Linux as well. Granted, people can debug it and stuff, but still, I'm not entirely happy with that. Or on web, apparently. Your house is a hot mess. Fair. I feel you. Okay, so apparently you could use the speech synthesizer to sing notes and then have built-in note generation. I wonder if anybody else has it better. Does not ship with the sound font. 7 months ago, so that's fairly recent. Add support for MIDI output. I wonder what people are talking about. And that's 2021, though. It's a little while ago. Here's something in the Godot asset library. Oh, it's in GD script. I'd rather have something in C#. But cool. Cool, cool, cool. Here's what they did. I would want to have something like this for mine. It's just doing stuff, you see. And it does not... Oh no, it's going through... Sorry about that. It's going through to SWB audio capture. I couldn't hear it. Cool, cool. It's MIT licensed and so will mine be, so anything this has I could use. They're using some of the built-in stuff. That is very neat. Oh, and they're working with other people who are apparently also in the... oh, no, that's the MIDI track. He just used... Or he, she, whoever just used that music. That said, maybe it's just playing MIDI files. It is a MIDI player, after all. I can't really go by how use the asset I don't know understand, because it might have the ability to do there's the question. It's able to embed, but does that mean you can tell it to play a note programmatically? Bitbucket A. Something went wrong. So this is the kind of stuff you'd end up looking at with all this. Some of the changes. It's got a bunch of sound fonts built in. These are classes when they've got things like new temp sound font instrument bag. That's a class with these various characteristics as part of it. That said, I am not sure this is exactly what I had in mind, although I'm loving the fact that the little keyboard is drawn in. That said, I fear those might not be accurate. Like, I drew this in ink and Sharpie, but drawing the 3 and then the 2 black keys, they go in very specific positions, and I'm not at all sure that Yui Kinomoto's are drawn correctly. They look kind of wrong. Because as you see, the 3 black keys are spaced out a little bit, and then the center one is centered. It'll end up looking kind of funny if it doesn't have that. So I probably should just end up making my own for that. Here's the new Godot asset library. Let's search for audio. But what I want is the ability to sound notes. But oh boy, we sure do have a bunch of stuff, and so much of it is MIT licensed, and that's not. I think it's because Godot is. So category, nope. Notes, no, that is not audio notes. MIDI players, MIDI piano demo, visualizer. See, I would be looking for just sound a damn note. What do we got here? Creating a piano that can be controlled by a MIDI device. Ah, okay, so not so much. No, it just does this. I'm gonna say this isn't actually getting me anywhere at the moment. So I'm going to close that and go back to the areas I was working on. Unsuccessfully, I might add. And see about maybe doing some of the indirections I need to do for making this work. I wonder whether I can get relative mouse clicks. So the positions of those, that's all well and good. Maybe I need to fire up the web window once more, as I just closed it, and look for a different thing. Oh. So viewports. So presumably I say presumably and then I just stop talking. Got a pretty clear idea of what I'm trying to do with this. This is the kind of, yeah, so canvas item, make input local. Here. I agree with Guy Cook. That seems good. Input which is in screen and gives you a new one in local coordinates. Very handy and woefully hard to find. I'm not using a tile map layer. That does need formatting. They're not wrong about that. So input event make input local is not actually existent. But there's a function on canvas item that takes an event passed to input. So I can presumably search for this. Let's see what we get. So how do you go about doing this? Here's something that's not in canvas item. So canvas item is part of everything we've got there, including the stuff where I'm drawing on the screen. Don't need to worry about canvas layer. These are the kinds of transforms I'm talking about. So that's interesting. Canvas item get global transform. So that seems about... no, I don't like that. Local pause is what that says. But no, I want to take the screen coordinates and turn it to local coordinates. So that looks complicated to me. Don't know what the deal. How do we, does this even already exist as part of? Let's step back. Canvas item is a thing. And inherits node object, inherited by control node TD. Main is a node 2D. Piano roll inherits node 2D. So this has a node 2D, and it has a position and a location. So this has the information that I want. In fact, if I moved it around, that would update, which is why it would be a good idea not to try to hand code all of that. I mean, you could make the whole thing resizable, and as long as you did all of this correctly, it would follow. So unhandled input. This is well, hang on a second. Main CS, that doesn't mean it's part of the yeah, it needs to be referencing crop get no texture rect. So it's going to be something to do with the local transfer. Give me a second. It's getting close to me actually making tacos and eating them. So we got to skip over just for a moment. But this time only a moment. Be right back. Alrighty, I'm back, and we can shut that down for now and get back to this goofy, tedious business of figuring out how to make this work. So one thing that might be worth trying is unflipping it so that I have a better chance of clicking and placing dots on this in a relatively appropriate place. Because right now it's all goofy and weird, and I'm only making it harder for myself. That will do this part, but our offset is still not correct. So look, Bezier curves. We know what those are. Here we have many things that can be done to this vector 2 stuff. Sadly, they are not appropriately associated with the thing I need. It's a bunch of cool stuff there, though. I wonder if I click away, will it... Okay, nice. Put it back. Thank you. So logically, I want to refer to a particular canvas item. Boy, this has a bunch of stuff on it. In order to get a local transform, Godot mouse convert to local transform. That's the kind of thing that people might have to do. So raycast point to that they're probably making like zaps or something. So raycast target position, global mouse position, not actually helpful. Nope, nope, nope. Local mouse position A. And 2 local. So there's somebody else trying to do something similar to what I'm trying to do. That's not necessarily a sensible thing. Okay, so there's some other things that one can do. So event mouse button position. Godot's an open source game engine that is basically it runs real nice. It is not overly cluttered with weird code. There are things where you'd be using another game engine, but for the kinds of stuff that I'm doing, this is definitely the most appropriate choice. I'm doing things like this. This is a Godot game. I made all of this happen. It's rendering pictures and stuff and calculating things and generating my reverb things. That's how I got K Beyond, was running this. This is a Godot program. Now what I'm trying to do is a whole other thing that does also involve drawing pictures and stuff, but I am at the very barest beginnings of my work with that, whereas this I have been going at for years. But all things considered, why is it saying it's 230 seat club when I told it to be 1,000? Never mind, don't need to worry about that one right now. So where were we at? I think I stopped it being inverted. Yeah, so now it is not inverted. It's kind of expanded, but it's not inverted. But what I don't have is everything assigned to local coordinates. And I would quite like to do that. So let's see whether we can get it to be mapped to local coordinates. So get global mouse position, event mouse button position. Let's see if we can do that as part of the print statement. If indeed that's the right format for that, but I guess we'll find out. Cannot resolve simple get parent. Is it a capitalization issue? No. Am I making some kind of something somewhere where it would actually be calling for that? Capitalized. Also capitalized, perhaps? Maybe that's just a thematic issue. To local, also no, apparently not. Okay, so I can do two though, so get parent to local. How do you do this? It's not the same as it is in GDScript, and there's very little able to show me what it's supposed to be. But this much is not okay. Maybe you start with local? No signs of that. So to local in C#. I need to do that. Node TD provides a thing. Child 2D, well, I have already got I'm going to have all manner of scaling and inverting. That's the least of my problems, but this is what I'm trying to sort out. Method doesn't seem to exist for... Okay, this is tending to make me unhappy, and I only have about 40 minutes left on stream. So what else could possibly be going on in here? Maybe what I need to do is specify like this. Like that, and then what else can we do? I can probably get some of the information out of it, though. And let's go look for T. Too local? Too local? No? No too local? Well, it wouldn't... Well, hang on. No, we have a whole bunch of stuff in here, too. I got 2 signal and 2 string. I probably have the ability to find those positions. Okay, no bueno. None of this is actually going to be okay, but oh, that's not correct at all. No, honey, no. No, that's not what it... That's not the thing. Not even close. Heck with it, let's just type it in. Get node. How about no? Now that I've done that, let's take this part away. Is that a thing? I guess I don't need that to be there. So I'm curious to what this anchor business is about. No, that's just a thing to do rather than a position. Auto translate, that's for text. Global position. Really, I got nodes in different area codes too, believe me. So that might be closest. That might be the closest one. Global position, definitely. So what's our problem there? Is it simply that it's a float? I bet it's just a float. Got there. Alright, see you later before. Hard to say how much of this I'm going to get done, but who knows? Who knows? There. Now we have two different positions, and that should work. Indeed, what if I instead just made this much more complicated? Because I see no reason why you couldn't simply do this. What if just that? Then what? It's going to do the same thing, but it'll be printing different stuff this time. But I can't see it because my windows are covering things up. That's no good. Again. Or rather, let's click around until we get control of our bloody... There we go. Move this off screen. Zoom in. Debugger is complaining, because that's apparently no good. So what went wrong? Object reference not set. Well, that was weird. Unhandled input, get node T, blah, blah, blah. Method function failed, returning null pointer. Node not found relative to root. This is not found relative to root? That's interesting. What if I assume that this is an object and I can do this global position? I mean, it's crazy, but if it worked, because we don't seem to be able to do globe get mode texture rect piano roll, which is the one I'd be wanting. But if we are inside main CS, well, wait though. Main CS, no, it needs to be a child, doesn't it? It needs to be this. So Back over to here. These will have the same error from this place in the program. So these also will not work, presumably. Oh, we can't even do that, can we? I think it's not even going to run. I think it's not even going to run. But if we take this part away, maybe it will. Or either that or it won't, but I might have slightly more information than I had. It's going to try to run. I am seeing no signs of life here. But did it print anything? I do not think it printed anything. Let's run it from here and see if it does any better. It should be printing stuff in this area here. But it is not. What's your deal? Okay, if I comment these out, will it then start doing the thing I wanted? Or does it need to, Did it have that before? Invalid expression term. Clearly it did not. Okay, let's try it again, see if we can get it to print the thing in the thing. If it does, I won't be able to see it from there. I need to go back over to here. Here's the debugger. This is where it's supposed to be able to print that, but is not. Stack trace, stack frames, blah, 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 etc. Errors. Can it print things in output? It did. Okay, I got that much back. And in fact, now it is making dots. So at least that part's working. Cool. Where did it go wrong? I seem to remember these being here made it fall over and break. We did this here in process. Oh, hang on. No, we didn't do it quite like that, did we? We did get node piano roll. That's probably what it needs. I don't know where I got that other one from. That was weird. Let's see if we're able to do this in any way, shape, or form. So it's not doing anything with these, but if this worked, then I could also copy it over. I don't know where I got that other one from. Also, does Piano Rect have a global position? Time to find out, I guess. Let's not even bother with these if we can make this other one work. I'll know if it worked if I can click on that area and then have it print 0, 0 at the top corner. That will be what shows me whether that bit worked. or it may simply refuse to run. But boop. And I can't see, but now I can. Okay, it's doing it correctly, but it is not actually registering the clicks when I'm actually on this screen. That's weird. I don't know what to make about that. Like, this part is literally about as correct as you could ask for. Like, this is that corner. It is correctly doing the corner, but it's not able to print any of the things. Why would that be? Because I got there. So GD print, it did that just fine. So I could duplicate this, and that's weird that it's able to register that, but only if, like, does that make it a handled input somehow? What's going on? Copy minus that point X and minus that point Y, and then let's enclose everything in parentheses, and then it will cease to complain with the under squiggle. But will that actually do the correct thing? I have to switch back over to here so that I can see what the mouse click business says. Zoom in so we can see. It becomes a handled click when it clicks on an actual thing. Yeah, so I'm just making sure that it is not registering. That's weird. Set as handled somewhere in the scene before received by the node. Okay, how do I go about doing that? Only control can consume input event. Okay, so this is a control that can consume input events, apparently. So is this. How am I going to have this get the input event? What if I just make it B input. If I make both of those things match, what happens then? In theory, maybe that would make it be mapped to the correct place. I don't know if that's true, though. Guess one way to find out. Haha. Okay, our scaling is still way off, but we got it. We got there. In fact, apart from the scaling issue, that's beginning to work. Okay, I can't go to there here, so I have to fire this up. So I presumably do not need that. I may very well not need that anymore, but I'm going to leave it there. Yeah, stop worrying about that stuff. Cute how it's drawing the things in gray when it doesn't feel them necessary. Okay, where are we at? Why is it now complaining? Because it needs an end. Okay. But here's where we do zoom H, so we could simply copy that over and do it as well. I am not sure why this needs a double. Maybe it doesn't. It does. How odd and picky. So we're not flipping. Sure, try that. You cannot possibly be telling me that you can't multiply a float by a double. That's ludicrous. Or maybe you don't know how to times equals in C#? That makes no sense either. What the actual hell? I give up. Show me what your problem is with this. Cannot be. It is. For heaven's sake. And then, of course, I know what this is about. Everything needs to be cast to everything else. Ridiculous. Whoop. Well, that doesn't look any good. Let's run it in here so we can see whether... No, it's not going to print anything. Oh, for heaven's sake, now what? I just launched the wrong program, that's all. Okay. If I do not try to scale it by zoom, then what? This worked before. Let's find out if it's able to work again. It's able to work again. So click X times equal sum H. We are calling upon the correct thing. It makes no sense that it wouldn't be able to do this. That's just bonkers. So that becomes a meaningless statement. And maybe that's why it doesn't like it. Cannot convert type double. We gotta get dumber and dumber. So this should be meaningless statements that stop it doing anything and cause it to be drawing exactly where it had been drawing before. Except for it can't do anything. Okay, try again. Building, building. Are we having further problems? Okay. Okay. Maybe what we need is dividing rather than multiplying by? I mean, that would be simple. Yeah, it actually kind of makes better sense. That would explain it. Let's give it a try. Oop, except for I can't actually run it until I click around. Swoop. Well, that's charming. Now it's doing literally the opposite. What's up with this? Like, if we don't have that at all, then what happens? And again, I can't click on things in Godot. Click over to main. Still can't click on the Go button. Seems unfortunate. Still can't click on the Go button. Now I can. That was weird. Okay, it's way too far out. But then when I divided it, it was way too close in. I do not understand what this is trying to do. I can do divide equals by zoom H, and then it seems to be too close in. So if it has to split the difference somehow, then what does that mean? Oof. What if I do this? Oh, for heaven's sake, behave yourself, you crazy, foolish thing. You are just messing with my head at this point. Didn't even need it to do that. Well, is that a thing? Let's see if that's even a thing. Swoop. Okay. Horizontal is correct, vertical is not. Weird. See that? See that? It is placing horizontally just perfectly, and then vertically is completely missing in action. Although I can get it down to 0. Wild. Is it because of the resizing of the... Okay, so here's part of what's going on. Image create empty is 128 by 128. That is not the size of my underlying screen. And maybe it should be closer to the size of the underlying screen. That's going to have everything to do with everything. So let's save this. Go back over to here. What is this size? We've got our zoom control here. The zoom control's minimum value is 1 and the maximum is 100, so it can zoom right in on that corner there. But it starts out as 1, so in theory that should work. But this is 1000 by 392. So just for giggles, if our display is in fact this size, which is the same size as the underlying thing, then what? Apart from the dots will all be smaller. That much I do know. The dots will all be smaller. Our scaling is much weirder. I feel like that didn't change anything, and I do not understand why. Surely it should have showed. Run that again. Click on main, then maybe it will let me know. Click on piano roll, then maybe it will let me know. Click on here. Then click on this. Click on card, and then over to, well, script isn't going to help at all. When I can't click on these things, I can't do a thing. So, I get nothing here, but here's where the size thing works. When I go from 1 to 100, 100 is when the dots are relatively small. And here's where where it's perfectly aligned in a certain kind of way, like this, but then the other one's not following. But then I return it to 1, and that makes everything huge. Why? It starts at 1, max value is 100. What's going on? Getting perilously close to quitting this and going and having dinner. Well, oh wait, I see. Blit rect. So here's what's going on with this. Blit rect display. Zoom age is double. So I'm probably going to want display x divided by zoom h for blit rect. Display x divided by zoom h. Let's see about that. Size, get size, now what? Double is not assignable to int. Okay, let's put it in parentheses then. There you go. That's what it wanted. And then this next one is going to have to be y, and also in the same conglomeration of mess. And that should have worked and did not. Why didn't that work? That should have worked. Double zoom H. Blit from there. So display get size X. So if I leave off, so this should draw it without shrinking down at all, unless it's gone horribly wrong somehow. Also, this is a little puzzling as to what's going on here. This should be matching, but it's really not. And I struggle to make any of this run sometimes. So saved that. Tell you what, I'll run it from inside there. It seems more happy to do that. And this is still zooming. This is still doing the thing. It shouldn't be responding to this, and yet it is responding to that. Why is it responding to that? Oh, that's why. Crop display, image create empty. That's why. That's why. That's why. That's why. Okay, watch this. Or rather, I'd better select more accurately. Or rather, why don't I just select this entire chunk? It's not displaying things very well, is it? This highlighting leaves much to be desired. I'm not satisfied with that highlighting, I tell you. It's very low contrast. Why are you now complaining? Oh, is that why you were complaining? Okay. I got a spare parenthesis in there by mistake. But it seems happier now. Boom, let's go. Let's see what it did. 2 minutes from launch. As in 2 minutes from I don't have to do this anymore and I can go and play with the love it. No notes, perfect. Unperfect. And it's still not right. Dang it. Okay, so with this, it's perfect. As we zoom in, we stop being quite so perfect. And that is because our scaling is wrong somehow. See, it's off balance. But once I get it to 1-to-1 scaling, we're good. That is exactly correct. Am I doing dumb things with like square root or something? What am I doing over here? Looks like I'm doing dumb things with square root. Let's see whether that can simply be removed for the betterment of everybody. Okay, so click X. And the rest of it was okay. But let's see if... Okay, this part's still cool. Lovely. Okay, I think that's a good way to end stream. Look at that. I can click in the thing. So these could be notes, and then you will be able to zoom in and offset it in any way you want. Use maybe the scroll wheel, which counts apparently as a click. Any form of click counts as a click. Do keys count as clicks? No, they do not. But scroll wheel works on these without me doing it. It just automatically works. So yeah, all I got to do is make these sound notes so that you can go, okay, these are the available notes and these are the ones that I choose, and you hear them, and then you go and play something based on that. But this is a decent start. It just doesn't need to be as big as this. But from this, mighty things are created. It's not perfectly arranged, but all the same. The idea is you'd be able to scale this in each direction as you wanted. You'd write a melody or something this way. It would show you which notes were available and which were not. And then you use this to just scroll along it. And ones on the side for determining how zoomed in you were pitch-wise. And it would go from 0 to 127, because again, this is not flipped yet. And you'd zoom it into like your vocal range, or whatever your melodic range that you wanted would be, the range that you're working with. And then it will plot out, draw lines and colors and things for what are available notes and what are not in the key, or maybe update it with like what's in the key, what is not. And it'll all basically come from this. I suppose I can have different purposes for left and right click as well. As far as click and drag, maybe I'm not going to bother with that. But yeah, and we cannot actually erase any of these yet, nor toggle them or anything like that. But you know, I will be able to read what the color of the pixel is at that point, because I have that point correct now, and then work out whether to invert it or not or whatever. So there you are, smiley face, and I got this much done today, and I get to return with other things and presumably do other stuff involving clicking on things and placing pixels and stuff, and then get to move the whole canvas around as you see fit. What would be fun is if you could like right click in order to drag and move and scroll it. But there you go. And on that note, I'm off to have some tacos and put this away for the night. And I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.